deck for lightweight market steers, Sydney McFarland, Mercedes Johnson, Drake Duval, Emma Welch, and Reese Ritter. Again, on deck for lightweight market steers, Sydney McFarland, Mercedes Johnson, Drake Duval, Emma Welch, and Reese Ritter. In the hole for lightweight market steers, Carrie Pittman, Jenna Liberati, Eileen Gibbons, Vivian Harris, and Alyssa Shaw. Again, in the hole for lightweight market steers, Carrie Pittman, Jenna Liberati, Eileen Gibbons, Vivian Harris, and Alyssa Shaw. Now entering the ring for lightweight market steers, Sydney McFarland, Mercedes Johnson, Drake Duval, Emma Welch, and Reese Ritter. On deck for lightweight market steers, Carrie Pittman, Jenna Liberati, Eileen Gibbons, Vivian Harris, and Alyssa Shaw. Again, on deck for lightweight market steers, Carrie Pittman, Jenna Liberati, Eileen Gibbons, Vivian Harris, and Alyssa Shaw. We would like to welcome everyone to the 2023 Belmont County Junior Derby Show, sponsored by Belmont Mills. Judge, this is your class. Our judge today is John Adams. He resides in Springfield, Ohio, and has 50+ years of experience. He graduated from the Ohio State University and was a member of the OSU Livestock Judging Team, where the team won the American Royal Contest and was a high individual at the national contest in Louisville, Kentucky. He has the second highest score ever recorded in the history of the contest. He operates Adams Family Show Cattle with his wife Jane and his 3 children. Please join us in welcoming John Adams.
somehow now I'm at the barn area.
Yeah.
Go to the bars. That way you don't have to eat all the food.
I don't know. I think I can.
We had a record day Monday. A record day yesterday. That means next from now on, Mondays and Tuesdays are there. Yeah. And then, of course, Wednesday they'll be down here till about 2 o'clock. And then at 10, they load up to go to the pit. Supernatural action day on Thursday, so there's nothing at the pit. That way, some dogs just walk around doing nothing all day.
Yeah.
Yeah. He had somebody pierce him down the street.
You know what happened? He was down at work to get propane there the other day. And one guy looked at me and said, "What did you do? Put a light train in there?"
My wife's like, okay, I'm going to wait in the car.
I really enjoyed coming to this county to judge the cattle. It's been a few years since I've been here, but a lot of times I've done your open show, and it's been really a pleasure because you get to see a lot of different breeds of cattle and really some high quality cattle. In this first classic calves, I will make this statement. I think all but one of these calves really needs more time. You get your hands on them, they're just, I'd like to have a little bit more cover, especially off the rib, just to give ourselves some assurance that they'll do a little bit of a better job at quality grade. I think these first two steers are really relatively close. It's just nitpicking where do you want to put your preference. I think that where this steer excels over number two things. One, he's a little bit stronger top. This calf wants to get a little soft on me on this top and wants to get a little lazy on the second hole. Second, I think that this calf is a little freer moving as we get him around the ring, especially off his rear. He's got a little more flex, a little more mobility off his rear. A really nice balanced steer that we start this class with. He's certainly got some natural fitness as you compare him to the second place here. He certainly has lower muscle definition. Would I like to add a little more kill on him or a little more condition? Yes, I would. But a really nice, just modern frame, kind of complete steer to start this class. The real eye-appealing steers is one and the second. We really like the way that he's up-headed. He's more extended up to that front end than our class winner. I just like to get him a little stronger through his top, carrying a little more natural thickness and be freer off those rear legs. When you sit here and watch him, he's one that catches pasterns, is a little bit more restricted in terms of his movement. The young gal in third, from a carcass standpoint, he's the best handling steer in the class. He's one that when you put him on the rail, he's got some condition on him, and he's mellow. I really would expect him to hang a carcass that's very acceptable in terms of quality grade. When you get him on the side profile, it just doesn't have the eye appeal as our top two steers. I'd like to square him up a little bit, bring his pins up, square him up a little bit. He's a little forward fronted than I'd like to see. But one thing that we really appreciate about this calf is the way he's got some finish, and he should be a really good carcass type of steer. The red calf, I love the makeup of this red calf. It's just got tons of eye appeal. He's long extended. Here's one that I don't know, I can't remember what he weighed, but if we get this steer up in the 13.5 range, he's going to be awesome. He just needs to come, you know, and because he's got all the pieces. He's great in his line. He's got that eye appeal. He's got that color sets him off. He's up-headed, long-limbed, slender neck. You got to give him time, get him deepened up. The more time days he's got on feed, that rear flank's going to get deeper on him. But a really nice steer in our last phase. Young lady's calf on the end, I'd just like to give that calf again some more time. I mean, we get to get some muscle and feed into him. He'll be very competitive. He's a bigger frame steer that needs some more groceries to get him to his end point. And for that being said, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Really nice class to start.
First place, Drake Duvall. Second, Emma Welch. Third, Mercedes Johnson. Fourth, Reese Ritter. And fifth, Sydney McFarland. Now entering the ring for lightweight market steers, Carrie Pittman, Jenna Liberati, Kylie Gibbons, Vivian Harris, and Alyssa Shaw. On deck for champion lightweight market steer, Drake Duvall. In the hole and on standby, Emma Welch. And then on deck would be the first place for this class, and in the hole, the second place for this class. Judge, this is your class.
this second class Marcus here. That cap I'm starting with, I think when you look at it, he's probably got as much product when you look at him from the rear, especially a real thick ended steer, really a lot of top ending, especially up through that loin. There's some things that I'd like to change about him. I mean, one, I'd like to see him be more fluent, probably off his rear as well. He certainly does. He needs more condition, but he's getting there. He's almost there. I'd like to bring that tail head down, just kind of straighten it down if I can. It kind of takes away from him, makes him almost look a little bit weak top, although he really isn't. He's just a little high up in his tail setting. Maybe smooth him up through that front end, front shoulder, but you really like the extension up through his neck. I think this is the calf that kind of comes to the top because he's got the eye appeal, the show ring, the look joint. The girl does a really good job of getting him show. A calf that's kind of, one that's very, very complete. You get your hands on him, again, he could stand some more condition today to be placed any higher, giving some insurance that he'll go into a better quality grade. But I think when it comes right down to it, he's probably got the second most product in him, especially when you're viewing from the rear. He's got a lot of width through the center of his quarter, a lot of thickness back through his top and down through that loin. A calf that I think that has got some potential that it should go ahead and hang an acceptable carcass, although I'd still like to give him a little more condition to be placed any higher. He isn't near as choke-throated up to that front end. He doesn't have the eye appeal that our top steer that we won the class with. When this baldy calf came in, a calf that I really, when he walks in, you really kind of take a look at him, a real hard look on him. Now he is one, you get your hands on him, and he needs some time. He really does need a little bit more time. If he had another 100+ pounds on him, where he's got some condition on, he could have maybe won this class. But structurally, from a conformation standpoint, you like this calf. He's good up through the front end. He's fairly straight through his line. I just like to, give him some more time to get him placed a little bit higher today. A calf that, to me, the problem with this steer is conformation-wise, you like to straighten him up to the top, jack him up to these pins. He wants to roll on his top end. It takes so much away from him. From an eye appeal, when you look at him on the side, you like to just straighten him up, give him some more angularity, and give him some show ring appeal. Calf that, again, probably could use a little more condition today. Doesn't have the muscle mass of the two steers that are in the top end of the class, but a calf that given some time should go ahead and make a really acceptable steer. The short-horn appearing calf, a calf that you like, the straightness of line, very smooth up through the front, fairly sound. I just don't know that there's enough of him. When you look at him from behind, he simply lacks the overall flair to the rear and center part of his quarter. I'd like to give him a little more muscle to be placed in higher, and I think if we did give that calf some muscle him up a little bit, he would be much higher in this class today. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
First place, Kylie Gibbons. Second, Alyssa Shaw. Third, Jennifer Barati. Fourth, Vivian Harris. And fifth, Terry Pittman. Now entering the ring for champion lightweight market steer, Drake Duval and Kylie Gibbons. On standby, we need Emma Welch and Alyssa Shaw. The Champion Lightweight Steer Award is sponsored by Leroy and Sarah Carpenter, and the Reserve Champion Lightweight Steer is sponsored by Kylo Farms. If there's anyone here from either of those two sponsors that would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand now. Judge, this is your class.
this division champion. Really two kind of different types of calves. I really like the way this calf is patterned. When he gets up, you look and moves, you're a little bit concerned because he almost wants to get a little bit high on his top. But when the boy gets him set up, especially right now, the calf really straightens his top line out. He's got a really nice look to him. The difference between him and this one this one's probably the most mobile of the two. He's very fluid off his rear. I'd like to give this calf a little more extension up to his front end. That's where this other calf excels. And then when you get your calf on, your hands on this calf versus the other one, this calf really needs some time. I think the young man said he weighs like 1060 something. If you give this calf some time and get some finish on it, I really think it help me assure that calf's going to hang a carcass that's fairly acceptable in terms of quality grade. Really nice calf to start in that first class. Young lady's calf in the second class, what you like about this steer, he comes out of that shoulder high. He's got long, slender neck, kind of a show ring, eye uphill type of steer. I talked to you in class how I'd like to bring that tail setting down maybe just a bit. He's got more condition on him to give me some kind of idea that maybe he'll hang a carcass that's fairly more acceptable in terms of quality grade than our young man calf in second, in the front here. I really like how much natural thickness this calf has back to his top, down through the center of his quarter. I'd like to frame and mobile him up off his rear. That's where that other steer would excel. But today's division winner, I'm going to use this young lady's calf as our division.
Your 2023 champion lightweight steer is Tyler Gibbons. Now entering the ring for reserve champion lightweight steer, Alyssa Shaw. On deck for medium weight market steers, Jason Stupek, Jacob Baker, Luke Matsguy, and Reese Ritter. Again, on deck for medium weight market steers, Jason Stupek, Jacob Baker, Luke Matsguy, and Reese Ritter. In the hole for medium weight market steers, Jenna Liberati, Jason Windland, Wyatt Roberts, Jacob Baker, and Jason Stupek. Again, in the hole for medium weight market steers, Jenna Liberati, Jason Windland, Wyatt Roberts, Jacob Baker, and Jason Stupek.
The reserve in this lightweight division, it gets right down there. You got the red steer. You probably got a little more condition on him than our steer in the front. When you look at him, he probably is cleaner looking. Probably not near as has as much eye appeal as maybe the steer that the young man steer here. When he gets him on the side profile, gets him stuck, he gets his head up. This calf really kind of sets himself off, and I'm going to use the young man's calf for reserve in this lightweight division.
The 2023 reserve champion lightweight steer, Drake Duval. Now entering the ring for medium weight market steers, Jason Stupek, Jacob Baker, Luke Mascai, and Reese Ritter. Again, now entering the ring for medium weight market steers, Casey Stupek, Jacob Baker, Luke Mascai, and Reese Ritter. On deck for medium weight market steers, Jenna Liberati, Jace Winland, Wyatt Roberts, Jacob Baker, and Casey Stupek. Again, on deck for medium weight market steers, Jenna Liberati, Jace Winland, Wyatt Roberts, Jacob Baker, and Casey Stupek. Judge, this is your class.
in this class of market animals, Catholic comes to the top for me. It's probably the one that has the best combination of muscle and finish and eye appeal. I mean, there's some calves in here that may have a little bit more finish. There's some that have some tremendous amount of eye appeal, but I think this calf probably puts the things as together as well as any. Comes out the shoulder really nice, but I'd like to thicken him up. I'd like to, make him more powerful, especially when you look at him from behind. I'd just like to expand him a little bit. You get your hands on him, he's probably the calf in here that's got the second most condition and cover on him. That only makes sense because he's weighing probably about 70 pounds more than probably the lightest here, but one that I just think that could stand more. I think comparing him to the second place one, he's so much smoother shoulder, he's a little heavier, he's got more condition on him. This calf in second is extremely fair. I just like to give him more days on feet, and he's got the shouldering look, but he doesn't have enough condition and enough pounds to beat this calf in our first hole. Calf I really like from side profile. I mean, at times he's a little rolled up through his shoulders, but calf that from the side profile, conformation-wise, very straight in line. Get your hands on him, like I said. There's not much fat cover there. I'd like to get a little more condition on him to be assured that he's going to hang an acceptable carcass. Same is true with our Smokies here. The one that's got tons of eye appeal. He's got up-headed. He just needs another 200 pounds of weight to get him to the top. If he had that, he'd probably win this class. But he just needs a little more time to get your hands on him. He needs a little more condition. One that's got tons of eye appeal, extremely front, ideal up through his front end. Calf that you really like, just needs a little more time. Young man second, a little more plainer steer, probably doesn't have that show ring about, but as far as putting your hands on him, he has some condition. I would expect him to hang a carcass that's much more acceptable from a quality grade, but at the same token, a little lighter muscle, a little plainer, coarser up through the front end than he placed any higher in this class today. But let's give all these children a round of applause in this class. Thank you.
First place, Reese Ritter. Second, Jacob Baker. Third, Casey Stupek. And fourth, Luke Mascai. Now entering the ring for medium weight market steers, Jenna Liberati, Jay Swinland, Wyatt Roberts, Jacob Baker, and Casey Stupek. Again, now entering the ring for medium weight market steers, Jenna Liberati, Jay Swinland, Wyatt Roberts, Jacob Baker, and Casey Stupek. On deck for medium weight market steers, Ryder Travis, Zachary Mascai, Addison Cower, Ella Petrani, and Cooper Workman. Again, on deck for medium weight market steers, Ryder Travis, Zachary Mascai, Addison Cower, Ella Petrani, and Cooper Workman. Judge, this is your class. Farm Credit is handing out water and donuts to the kids on the metal bleachers end of the show arena. Again, Farm Credit is in the back of the show arena by the metal bleachers towards the junior fair board office, handing out donuts and water for the kids.
this class of Marcus steers, probably a little more challenging class for me as I sat there and analyzed. Most of these calves are in the 12s, I think. I would say this, that I would still like to have probably even more condition on these calves, although there's some steers that are showing it through the brisket, but you get your hand on them through the ribs, especially lower, that last 12, 13th rib, they're extremely bare. I'd like to give them a little more condition. So, that being said, I think we got an exceptionally good set of cattle. I think the two steers that come to the top are ones that have more total dimension, a little bit more wider base. If you look at these calves, both of them, they got big hips in them. They're extremely thick back through the rear quarter. I think there's some differences that we can talk about. I think that the steer that is here in this front hole here is probably the more fluent of the calves, especially off his rear legs. You sit here and you look at this steer ever so much when he's walking. He's always kind of catching that pattern ever so much. And then I sit there and I look at the calves and I really admire this calf's depth of rib. It's more of a modern frame steer. It's got tremendous rib shape to him, a really nice deep rear flank. From a finished condition standpoint, you look at him and he's certainly got some condition in his brisket, but when you sit there and you put your hands on him, he really needs more off his rear rib. So that being said, there's these two steers kind of surface. I'm going to use the young man's calf with the cowboy hat for first, and then this one is in the second. I think they kind of come to the top relatively easily. Then the young gal steer in third, probably a little more, when you look at him, especially compared to the other two, he's the right base of the two that are left, or the three that are left. He's got a little more width top in him. He's got a little more cover on him. The steer and here in fourth, when Boyd gets him on the side profile, he really looks pretty good. But that calf needs some time. He still doesn't have near enough condition on him to suit me. And I think if you had it, you would deepen up that rear flank because of the calf. He's probably the most shallow up in that rear flank of any of them. I think if you put enough weight on him, he'll deepen up and he'll really look the part. Young man steer and with the Charolais is very similar in terms of the black steer. Just give him a little bit more time, and I think he certainly got the pieces there to make it really nice calf. He just needs a little more heavier weight to really express himself. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
First place, Jenner Liberati. Second, Chase Windland. Third, Jason Sutek. Fourth, Jacob Baker. And fifth, Wyatt Roberts. Now entering the ring for medium weight market steers, Ryder Travis, Zachary Nazgai, Addison Keller, Ella Petrin, and Cooper Workman. On deck for medium weight market steers, Maya Kubat, Chase Gergatis, Hannah Gergatis, Drake Duvall, and Tyler Harris. Again, on deck for medium weight market steers, Maya Kubat, Chase Gergatis, Hannah Gergatis, Drake Duvall, and Tyler Harris. Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for a worship service led by Mr. Rich Kendall at the Robinson stage. Again, we would like you all to please join us on Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for a worship service led by Mr. Rich Kendall at the Robinson stage.
we're getting and where I actually feel fairly comfortable on some of these calves where we are in terms of degree of finish and giving us some acceptability in terms of quality grade. I've got two shorthorn looking pairing steers up here towards the top. I think they're both very similar in shape and type. They both have some cover and condition on them. You get your hands on them. I think they're very acceptable, very straight in their lines. Very, from a structural standpoint, you kind of mark they're fairly square back through their head. They got some depth and shape to their top line and down into their the chest and rib capacity. So that being said, I've got two that are very, very similar in nature. I think there's one that I think is just a little bit cleaner up through his chest, down into his lower chest cavity. And I'm going to use this gal right here. The steer and second, the one that they've got been having a handful with. I really like this calf. I'd like to clean him up right in through here and clean up that front, that lower chest floor. And I think he probably wins this class pretty easily. But it takes a lot of weight from him when he's got that weighty front end like he does. A really nice calf in the second. It probably doesn't have near the conformation. You really like this calf, in terms of eye appeal. Girl, he gets that calf's head up. He's got those big shaggy ears. He really shows himself off. She does an exceptionally good job at getting him shown. But the things that I'd like to change about him, I think it's just a little bit too straight, especially off his rear. To be placed in higher, it could be a little more mellow in terms of handling. Whereas that's where the two steers placed above him are much better. A calf that you really like this calf in terms of eye appeal, but when you get him on the side profile, you look at him, he's almost too tubular for me. I want to get some depth in this calf. I want to get a rear flank in him. And if he had that and win this class easy, and you get behind him, that tremendous amount of top, tremendous amount of depth in him. He's just too tubular for me. I think if giving him more time, and that calf would get that thickness and get him to drop that lower rear flank, and he'll look like $100 million there. But the young man steer, again, maybe a little plainer, not near as clean up through that front or extended up through the front end, nor does he have the muscle expression of some of our calves placed up above. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
First place, Ryder Travis. Second, Cooper Workman. Third, Addison Keller. Fourth, Ella Petranti. And fifth, Zachary Harrisback. Now entering the ring for medium weight market steers, Maya Kubat, Chase Gergadis, Hannah Gergadis, Drake Duvall, and Tyler Harris. Champion medium weight market steer, Reese Ritter, Jenna Liberati, Ryder Travis, and the first place in this class. On standby, we need Jacob Baker, Jace Winland, Cooper Workman, and the second place in this class. Again, on deck for champion medium weight market steers, Reese Ritter, Jenna Liberati, Ryder Travis, and the first place from this class. On standby, we need Jacob Baker, Jace Winland, Cooper Workman, and the second place from this class. Judge, this is your class.
this class of market steers, I think for me it's probably a little easier to place this group than some of the other classes. Yeah, calf that wins this kind of comes to the front in my mind relatively easily. Very nicely balanced steer, fairly moderate in his frame, straight in his lines. It's got some depth and rib capacity. Certainly got plenty of ample thickness. As you look at him, he's got a big top and a big center through the portion of his quarter. I mean, if there was things that I changed, I still think he could have a little bit more cover on him, but a calf that really kind of puts all the pieces together in terms of eye appeal, show ring presence, and yet has some carcass characteristics that really good help him when he's hanging on the rail. Second place here, really nice pattern steer that I like the way that he's made. He just gives up the overall muscle expression. It doesn't have near the lower rear quarter or the explosiveness behind if he's placed higher. He really handles fairly well. Really nicely profile steer as we go and put it. I think he kind of fits in their logic. A calf that's a little coarser fronted up here through his front end, but he's got a tremendous amount of thickness. He's got some cover on him, but you just like to probably pretty him up a little bit, give him some more eye appeal than to be placed any higher in this class today, but one that should contain a pretty acceptable carcass. Young man's calf next. From the conformation, does it probably balance up near as well. Probably not near as structurally off his rear legs. A little plainer up through that front end, a little coarser through that throat latch and through the neck, but handles exceptionally well. It's got some cover on it, and they expect him to hang a really nice carcass. Next year, one that I just think it needs a little bit more time. Again, you look at him, he's kind of shallow up to that rear flank. I think give him more time, he'll deepen up, get a little more thickness to him, and he can be placed much higher. Today, I just like to give him a little wider base and more mass to be able to compete against these scales above. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
First place, Maya Kubat. Second, Drake Duval. Third, Tyler Harris. Fourth, Chase Rodriguez. And fifth, Hannah Rodriguez. Now entering the ring for champion medium weight market steer, Reese Ritter, Jenner Liberati, Ryder Travis, and Maya Kubat. On standby, Jacob Baker, Jace Winland, Cooper Workman, and Drake Duval. Again, on standby, Jacob Baker, Jace Winland, Cooper Workman, and Drake Duval. Judge, this is your class. The Champion Medium Weight Steer Award is sponsored by Captina Cattle Company, Marvin and Michelle Steed, and the Reserve Champion Medium Weight Steer Award is sponsored by Pilo Farms. If there's anyone from either of those sponsors that would like to come to the announcer stand to present the award, please do so now. We would like to congratulate the 2023 Belmont County Junior Fair Outstanding Project Knowledge Award for beef, sponsored by Belmont Trucking Heavy Haul. For beef breeding junior, Gage Workman, Avery Young, and Madison Young. For beef breeding senior, Ellie Costello, Carrie Pittman, and Kaylee Smith. For beef feeder calves junior, Grant Feldner, Landon Feldner, Dylan Gallagher, and Cassidy Harian. Zachary Masnine and Kinsey Young. For beef breeding calves senior, Kate Duzick, Natalie Sappel, and Ryan Weir. For Market Lead Junior, Zachary Magnai and Avery Young. And for Market Lead Senior, Gary Pittman and Jacob Baker. Once again, we would like to congratulate the 2022-3 Belmont County Junior Fair Outstanding Project Knowledge Award winners for me.
This division championship. Let me talk a little bit about each one of these kids as we get these class winners together. I kept a really very striking profile. Really, he's got some eye appeal to him, and this young man's cap with a cowboy hat on. That you like the cap in terms of its total rib shape. You get behind him, he's got some nice width at the top. Very strong back to his rear quarter. If anything, he needs more time. I mean, he's, I think weights in the low 12. You get your hands on him. I just really like to see a little more condition on him at this point in time. But one that certainly is in contention, just in terms of showing presence, eye appeal, and total muscle mass. He should have some hang a really high cutability carcass. Young ladies here and next here in this division championship. One that when you in the class, he probably had as much muscle thickness as any of them, but right now he's given up a lot of muscle expression compared to the other calves in this class. I just like to whiten him up and give him a little more power. But when you get your hands on him, you really kind of like what you get over that 12th, 13th rib. You probably as ideally finished as any in this lineup. I just like to explode him, give him more total muscle expression. Again, the Shorthorn Appearing Steer, a calf that I really like. I think that, what you see here is what you get. He's not all fancy, but he's modern frame, very complete. You get your hands on him, and you really like the degree of finish that this steer has. They feel it probably handles as well as anything out here. Probably doesn't have the eye appeal or show ring presence as some of the calves that are in this. I'd like to extend him up to the front, bring his neck up out of his shoulder a little bit nicer, and just give him more overall eye appeal to really go out and try to win this division. But are very complete. He's got some depth of flank, rib shape, some muscle expression, handles very well. Really nice short-horn steer. Now, young ladies steer in this last class, one that I talked about, I thought he probably won his class as easy as any of the four classes. Cap that you really like in terms of his makeup. He's moderate in his frame. He's got some power. He's extremely wide base. He's got a big top in him. I'd like to bring his tail head down just a bit as it almost takes away from him. It's a little high, almost gives him the impression that it's not near straight off his top as what you like. But when you get him set up, you really like the way he comes out with his front end. You like how much depth, how much flank. He's got probably as much product in him as any. I talked a little bit, I think he's weighing 1295 or somewhere thereabouts. I would have that probably could actually stand a little bit more, but I think he's at a point where he should hang a really acceptable carcass. So I'll go out and pick our champion. We'll bring the second one in and go from there.
The 2023 champion medium weight market steer is Maya Kubat. Now entering the ring, Drake Duval. Bo Detling, Carson Johnson, Rylan Leister, and Brianne Workman. On deck for heavyweight market steers, Avery Young, Bo Russell, Rylan Leister, and Reese Boston. Again, on deck for heavyweight market steers, Avery Young, Bo Russell, Rylan Leister, and Reese Boston. Judge, this is your class. Would Eliana Bush please report to the announcer stand in the show arena? Again, would Eliana Bush please report to the announcer stand in the show arena? Once again, Farm Credit is handing out water and donuts to the kids at the metal bleachers end of the show arena. Once again, Farm Credit is handing out water and donuts to the kids at the metal bleachers end of the show arena.
This set of division and markets here, calf I think kind of comes to the forefront pretty easy for me. Extremely white base, white top, a lot of thickness to the center of his quarter. He's got some tail and cover on him, really nicely made, nicely patterned steer that's very fluent as he walks. Steer, and second, probably doesn't have the eye appeal of our top steer by any means, but a calf that when you look at him, you should go on and hang a really acceptable carcass. He's probably got as much condition on him as any of the 4 steers in the class, one that you would really expect to hang a really desirable carcass. When you look at him, he's got some face to him, some width to him. The boys had a little bit of challenge getting him shown, but at the same token, when he gets him put together, a I think that profile is pretty nice for you. It's got some depth of plane, depth of rib, just a little plainer to look at to be placed any higher in this class today. Young boys, Smoky steer probably doesn't have near the overall thickness that the top two calves has, but it's very acceptable in terms of total dimension and thickness. It just simply doesn't have as much in it as the extreme as what our two class winners had. The steer that is probably the challenge for me, extremely striking calf when you look at him from the profile. Very long, extended up to his neck. He's got some base width, some top in him, but he's just too tubular, too shallow rib. I'd like to give him a little more flex off his feet and legs, not near straight off his front to be placed any higher. You get this cat, he's extremely fair. You like to give him a little more time. If he had a little bit more time, and I don't know where he was playing, but they don't near these being the 14s to make him right. But he just needs a little more condition to be placed any higher today. Let's give these exhibitors a little round of applause. Thank you.
First place, Brianne Workman. Second, Bo Detling. Third, Carson Johnson. And fourth, Rylan Meister. Now entering the ring for heavyweight steers, Avery Young, Bo Russell, Rylan Meister, and Reese Boston. On deck for heavyweight market steers, Carson Ogilvie, Blaine Horan, Vivian Harris, and Carson Johnson. Again, on deck for heavyweight market steers, Carson Ogilvie, Blaine Horan, Vivian Harris, and Carson Johnson. Judge, this is your class. Will sell cards are available to be picked up in the Junior Fairport office. Those will sell cards need to be turned in by the end of the beef show tonight. Again, will sell cards need to be picked up in the Junior Fairport office, and those cards will need to be turned back into the Junior Fairport office by the end of the beef show tonight.
really, really nice set of steers from top to bottom. You know, it's really fun to be able to come out here and see the quality of the cattle that are in this class. Really, it's excelled in terms of overall quality from top to bottom. And let's just talk about these calves as we go forward. You know, a calf that for me is probably mostly nicely balanced. He kind of checks all the pieces. When I look at him from the side profile, tremendously deep body, deep flank steer, fairly smooth up to his front. Is he certainly sound enough as he boogies around the ring? I think he's sound enough. I really believe he gets out and moves very free. Are there calves out here that are a lot more athletic? Yeah, the second place here. He can boogie right through here and never miss a beat. And but I think he's got enough soundness to him that we can't criticize him for that. I think he's finished pretty well. He's just a calf that I think kind of comes to the top pretty easily. Young lady here in second. You look at him from behind, what a tremendous white face, big hip steer. Look at the hip of that calf and that lower rear quarter or loin. I'd like to bring him down even more, but he's probably not, he's a little looser structured than our class winner. He's probably a little more older fronted than our class winner. At times when you look at him from the side profile, it may be almost like to smooth him up a little bit more in here. I mean, this girl's done a tremendous job working with this calf's hair. Beautiful side profile steer. Just got tons of style and show ring presence. She does an excellent job of getting him stuck. Really good job. I'd like to have her show ring with some of mine. This young man steer, to me, is a challenge to me because I love this calf. I mean, you sit here and what you're seeing is what you see is what you get. I mean, he is loaded with all the hair and the big ears and all that compared to the top two class winners. But he's one that, to me, is fresh in his appearance. He's kind of like, there's been many of the calves that my family has shown, and I have been, probably don't have all the bells and whistles in terms of the hair and eye appeal, but this calf is very fresh, very correct. I saw, when you were walking in there at the end, ever so slightly, I could see him catching the rear pasture just a little bit. I'd like to maybe free him up off that rear, but he's got a really nice hip in him. I'd like to maybe give him just a touch more condition. I mean, he's plenty fair enough off that rear rib. Probably the one that's got the most condition in the class is the young man calf in this class here. I would really expect that steer to hang a really, really nice, acceptable carcass. He doesn't have near the conformation that our top three steers have. Probably not near as pretty up through that front end, a little shorter neck, a little more open shoulder. You'd like to kind of maybe clean him up through that front end. But you get that hide off that steer, he's going to come to the top pretty easily, just in terms of cutability and what you would expect from the quality grade. I'd like to free him up a little bit off the rear legs as well. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thanks.
First place, Ryland Meister. Second, Avery Young. Third, Reese Boston. And fourth, Bo Russell. Now entering the ring for heavyweight market steers, Carson Ogilvie, Blake Moran, Vivian Harris, and Carson Johnson. On deck for champion heavyweight market steer, Brian Workman, Ryland Meister, and the first place from this class. On standby, we need Bo Detling and Avery Young, and the second place in this class. Again, on deck for champion heavyweight market steer, Brian Workman, Ryland Meister, and the first place in this class. On standby, Bo Detling, Avery Young, and the second place in this class. Judge, this is your cause. at 3:30 in the Livestock Show Arena with a $5 entry fee. Again, the Belmont County Junior Fair Board Mullet Contest is back. Age categories include 6 and under, 7 to 15, and 16 and older. It will be September 9th at 3:30 p.m. in the Livestock Show Arena, and there is a $5 entry fee.
In this set of market steers, steering started with probably stuff most sobering impressed as I appeal of anyone in the class. I really like how he comes out over the shoulder, high, and it's really clean up to that front end, extended up to his neck, and he's got some condition on him. He's weighing in the 14s something, and he's certainly got some muscle expression. I would expect him, to hang a very nice quality grade carcass. Really nice pattern steer. I'd maybe power him up a little bit more if I could, but certainly got enough thickness to win this class. Steer in second, a little plainer fronted, maybe like cleaning up through the front third, extending up through the front end. He's certainly got enough condition on him, and one that's got some probably heavy muscle back through the center of his quarter of anyone in the class. A really nice steer. It's like giving more eye appeal, be more up-headed, and extend up to that front end. Young man's steer in third. I'd like to give him more natural thickness compared to the other steers. I think he's finished ideally. The steer's done exceptionally well. I think he should go ahead and hang a really acceptable carcass. Just got to give him more natural thickness to be placed higher in this class. Young man's ripper steer, appearance steer. I'd like to square him up to his dip, give him more base width, and a little more natural thickness to be able to compete against the three steers above. But given that this calf could use a little bit more time, and if he could get a little more weight on him, he could have definitely been maybe placed higher in this class. So let's give these four exhibitors a round of applause.
First place, Carson Ogilvie. Second, Vivian Harris. Third, Carson Johnson. And fourth, Blake Coran. Now entering the ring for champion heavyweight market steers, Brianne Workman, Rylan Meister, and Carson Ogilvie. On standby, Bo Detling, Avery Young, and Vivian Harris. Again, on standby, we need Bo Detling, Avery Young, and Vivian Harris. The Champion Heavyweight Steer Award is sponsored by Triple C Farm, Belmont, Ohio, and the Reserve Champion Heavyweight Steer is sponsored by Bad White. If anyone's here from either of those two sponsors that would like to come present the award, please go to the announcer's stand now.
division. A couple of these steers are in contention here that kind of stand up and out in terms of this division championship. I really like the black steer in terms of his overall makeup. He's very uniform, very balanced. Certainly does move free enough, and it's got tremendous amount of fitness and power. A steer, and when you get your hands on, I think he's got enough, but he can certainly maybe use even a little bit more. The steer, the red and white steer calf that you really like, is probably a little more, not near as front, clean up through that front end as our top of that black steer, but one that you get your hands on him, you really like the way he's covered as well. He's probably got a tremendous amount of thickness to be able to compete in this division. Young man's black steer won that in class really, I thought easily won that class fairly easily. Really like the way he comes out of his shoulder. He's handles very good in terms of condition. But in our division today, I'm going to use the young man's steer here for our heavyweight division champion.
The 2023 champion heavyweight steer, sponsored by Triple C Farm, Belmont, Ohio, is Ryland Meister. Now entering the ring, Avery Young. The Reserve Champion Heavyweight Steer Award is sponsored in memory of Thad Wade. Champion market steer, Kylie Gibbons, Maya Kubat, and Ryland Meister. On standby, Drake Duval, Ryder Travis, and the reserve champion for the heavyweights. Again, on deck for grand champion market steer, Kylie Gibbons, Maya Kubat, and Ryland Meister. The 2023 Reserve Champion Heavyweight Steer, Avery Young. Now entering the ring for Grand Champion Market Steer, Kylie Gibbons, Maya Kubat, and Ryland Meister. On standby, Drake Duval, Ryder Travis, and Avery Young. Again, on standby, Drake Duval, Ryder Travis, and Avery Young. Judge, this is your class. The Grand Champion Market Steer Award is sponsored by Pilo Farms, and the Reserve Grand Champion Market Steer Award is sponsored by St. Clair Worthington. If anyone's here from either of those two sponsors that would like to present the award, please come to the announcer's stand at this time.
this market steer final. I'm going to make a few comments before I go out and pick this champion and reserve steer. I just think that from the exhibitor standpoint, the 4-H'ers and FFAers that are out here today competing, being a parent of having three children that have shown in this steer show business for a lot of years. I know I always tell the story that I had 4 sisters and myself, and my youngest sister was 16 years younger than I was, and then when my son started showing was the year that my youngest sister quit showing. So we've been in this a long time. I remember counting back, we had shown at Ohio State Fair's Junior Steer Show 51 straight years. So it just kind of gives you an idea. I've probably been a 4-H advisor for 35 years working with young youth. And as far as these exhibitors are concerned, I know that this market beef project is an expensive, time-consuming project, and many a times there's somebody other than the exhibitor that's there as being right beside you, working you along the way. I know for us it was a family affair. I mean, my wife and I and the kids would all go out. There was time we'd have as many as 12 head of cattle in the barn, and we'd be rinsing and just trying to get the cattle to look the part. I mean, you know, when you go in and you see young youth and how responsible for that they are as you go forward. I mean, going to a child's student or parent-teacher conference and the teacher telling you, I just can't believe how responsible your child is. I mean, I think a lot of that can go back to your 4-H or FFA involvement. I was fortunate enough to have 3 children that all 3 of them, I get so upset today because I did a county fair the other day and there was like 13 steers there. And then you know, most county fairs just cattle things decrease, and I don't know what yours is, but it's an expensive project. It's very time consuming. I mean, these kids are being pulled 100 different directions, and you almost got to make a decision anymore. I find that hard to believe as a parent because I had 3 kids that did this showing and were very competitive at what they did, and all 3 of them went on and played college sports. One played for Trestle on their 02 national championship team, another played football at Finley, and my daughter played basketball at Tiffin University, and yet they still showed steers. I know my son at Finley said, I was the strongest guy on power cleans of anybody on the team. And it said, nothing more than bail on the head. And also, you know, and the work ethic, you go and talk to Trestle today, and he'll sit there and tell you your son's work ethic is second to none. And a lot of that comes back to here. And as young adults and kids that participated in this thing, one thing I really challenge all of you to do is go back and thank the people that helped you get it. Because I know you didn't do it all by yourself. This project it's time consuming. It's very time consuming. And I reward all of you for being able to make the commitment to do that. So without further ado, I look at these 3 steers. I think they pattern a lot of what I'm looking for. I think there's one cat that comes at me probably a little bit harder than the others. And I'll go out and pick our champion steer today.
The 2023 Grand Champion Market Steer, Ryland Meister. Now entering the ring, Avery Young. On deck for lightweight steer feeder calves, Emma Coates, Brantley Fox, Luke Fox, Drake Duval, Madison Pittman, Anthony Welch, and Vivian Harris. The 2023 Reserve Grand Champion Market Steer, Avery Young.
No, but this is ours. I'll leave it, so. Why would you pay them to let me stand here? Why would you do a dumb thing like that? You gotta do it when the weather.
Now entering the ring for lightweight steer feeder caps, Emma Coates, Brantley Fox, Luton Fox, Drake Dural, Madison Pippin, Anthony Roach, and Vivian Harris. On deck for lightweight steer feeder caps, Lydia Fox, Haley Brooks, Kenzie Young, Hadley Betts, Maya Kubat, Drayden Warren, Lindsay Davis, and Kyle Whitmer. Judge, this is your class.
So anyway.
come towards the front are these two right here, and we'll talk a little bit about each one of these. This shorthorn appearing calf, I really like the straightness of lines. He's a fairly deep body. If you look at him from the side, probably a little more depth of rib in terms of his frame size than our Smoky. Calf that's probably got a little more lower rear flank in him than the Smoky steer. Smoky steer, what I like about that calf is how he comes out of his shoulder. He's very extremely up-headed. He's certainly got some shape to him as he's doing from the rear. I don't know if he's as deep down to his lower rear quarter as our shorthorn appearing steer, but two calves that to me kind of come to the top and it's kind of like splitting hairs. One thing that I do notice on the Smoky steer is kind of at times takes away from him. I feel like he almost breaks a little bit right behind his shoulder, and I'd like to see him a little bit stronger that way. Let's use the shorthorn for first, the young man here with the Smoky staff for second. Third place calf that probably gives up much total dimension as you look at him, but one that's a little moderate in his frame. It's got some, from a conformation standpoint, you like the way, in terms of how straight he is in his lines. I think that as he matures, you want to just make sure that you give him enough growth juice to get him enough, you get him deep and thick enough to go on and make a really nice calf. I think from a conformation standpoint, he excels over the next place steer in terms of straightness of line. He's very square back to his hip. This one I'd like to square his hip up a little bit. I'd like to straighten him up and strengthen him right behind his shoulders. I think it takes a lot away from this calf. He's got some thickness as you look at him from behind, but his straightness of lines, it really kind of takes away from him. Same is true with this young man calf here. He wants to drop ever so much from his hooks to his pins. I'd like to jack his pins up, just square him up a little bit from behind. A little lighter calf, but I think it's going to go ahead and develop and make a really nice steer down the road. Young man's calf next. I just like to give him, when you look at him, it's a little more narrower made. I'd like to just give him more power, more expression of muscle. I'm not saying you can't get that with proper nutrition and care, but at this point in time, some of the calves above him just have a lot more natural thickness to be placed any higher. Same is true with the Hereford appearing steer. Calf that I just like to give him more overall power and strength, base width, to be able to compete any higher in this class today. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
First place, Drake Duval. Second, Anthony Welch. Third, Vivian Harris. Fourth, Madison Pittman. Fifth, Luke Fox. Sixth, Brandon Fox. And seventh, Emma Coates. Now entering the ring for lightweight steer feeders, Lydia Fox, Bailey Brooks, Kenzie Young, Hadley Betts, Maya Kubat, Drayden Ward, Lindsay Davis, and Kyle Goodhart. On deck for lightweight steer feeder calves, Emma Davis, Madeline Brooks, Cole Carpenter, Lydia Lash, Mason Kinney, Ella Petranton, Lincoln Fox, and Chloe Graham. Again, on deck for lightweight steer feeders, Emma Davis, Madeline Brooks, Cole Carpenter, Lydia Lash, Mason Kinney, Ella Petranton, Lincoln Fox, and Chloe Graham. Judge, this is your props. office by the end of the beach show tonight. Again, will sell cards are available to be picked up in the Junior Fairborn office for all exhibitors that plan to sell, and those cards need to be turned back into the Junior Fairborn office by the end of the beach show tonight, and you will receive a receipt from a Junior Fairborn member once those cards have been turned in. Again, you will receive a receipt with your child's name on it once you have turned that will sell card back in, and a Junior Fairborn member will sign off on it.
Really nice class of feeders in this particular lineup. The black and white cap I'm starting with, it's got tons of high appeal showroom presence. I think structurally, when you look at him from a conformation standpoint, you really like the way he's up through his front third. You like how straight and square he is, go back through his top line. I think the cap's got a tremendous amount of product. I mean, when I look at this cap, and when you look at him on the side profile at the end between this red steer and him, you're concerned, is this cap going to have enough depth to him as he gets to be a mature market steer? And I think at this point in time, that's the case. I think, for me, these feeder calves, it's really an art to be able to take young calves and predict what they're going to be a year from now. And that's what we're trying to do here. I've always before, when we go and sort through cattle, always took my dad with me, and he went on his way, and I went on my way, and we had our list together, and normally, very seldom did we ever agree on anything, but whenever we did, we hit a home run. And most of the time, those calves I could never afford anyway once we found them. But I think the maturity pattern on this calf, when you look at him, you got this calf that's a lot later maturing. I think he's got youthfulness to his front end. Very straight in his line. I think he'll be sound enough as he goes forward. But today, if there was anything, I want to get him deeper if I could. But that's where the red steer itself. You know, it's got so much depth of forearm and depth of flank, but from a shouldering presence, this calf is being particularly stubborn when it comes to trying to get him up and get a good size profile on him. But this one, he always takes a pretty picture. And so I'm going to start with him. The red steer, I like his depth of rib, and that's where he excels. He's got some spring and depth of rib. He's certainly going to have some thickness to him from the side. He's not near as long a body as our class winner, but I think one that's going to be modern frame. I like his maturity pattern. The steer that troubles me is this white one. When I get him in the side profile, she was doing a really good job getting him shown on the side profile, and he looked really, really good. But when you look at his makeup, and maybe it's because he's got more hair than maybe the other two, but he looks a little earlier maturing for me compared to the two that are, and I think from a future standpoint, I think the two in front of him are much more, because they're a little later in the maturity pattern than this calf. I really like this steer, and if he keeps coming, he could have easily been your class winner. It's just a little different in type and shape than the two that we started with. Calf that really, I'd be interested to see how he develops as we go forward. Then we get into calves. This calf's got some eye appeal. The girl does an exceptionally good job of getting him shown. You can tell you must be buddies with him, because he did a really good job of getting him shown. And I just think that he kind of logically fits in here. He's got some muscle and shape to him, but he gives up compared to the other three. And he gives up some show range and eye appeal. Same was true with the young ladies here. Calf next, I just like to give him more face width from behind, a little more strength at top from the total dimension of muscle and expression to be placed in the higher. Same is true with the young lady. That frame score probably a little higher. He's a little shallow down his lower rear quarter. I'd like to carry that thickness a little bit deeper. He wants to break just a little bit behind the shoulder. But a really nice calf that's got some product in it that should go on and develop into a nice steer. Same is true with the next two calves. A little finer bone that give up a little muscle mass to be placed in the eye. Right? They need to be wider base, bigger bone, and carry more total dimension to be placed in the eye today. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
First place, Maya Kubat. Second, Kenzie Young. Third, Lindsay Davis. Fourth, Hadley Betts. Fifth, Lydia Fox. Sixth, Bailey Brooks. Seventh, Kyle Goodhart. And eighth, Drake Warren. Now entering the ring for lightweight steer feeder tabs, Emma Davis, Madeline Brooks, Colt Carpenter, Lydia Lash, Mason Kenny, Ella Petranki, Lincoln Fox, and Chloe Grant. On deck for lightweight steer feeders, Anna Owens, Alexis Moore, Kylie Gibbons, Ella Petranki, Tyler Miller, Scout Hines, Ella Betts, and Bo Denley. Again, on deck for lightweight steer feeder tabs, Anna Owens, Alexis Moore, Kylie Gibbons, Ella Petranki, Tyler Miller, Scout Hines, Ella Betts, and Bo Denley. New this year, we are live streaming some of the livestock shows to YouTube. There is a poster behind the show block with a direct link to the stream. Point your phone camera at the QR code and follow the link to access the stream. This is being brought to you by Belmont Gig, Stunthouse IT Services, and other generous donations. A new QR code will be provided for every show that is streamed. Again, new this year, we are live streaming some of the livestock shows to YouTube. There is a poster behind the show block with a direct link to the stream. Point your phone camera at the QR code and follow the link to access. This is being brought to you by Belmont Gig, Stunthouse IT Services, and other generous donations. A new QR code will be provided for each show that is being streamed.
So I got some time? Yeah. Okay. Very last class. So we just got here, so I am going to take care of our goats and I will be back. Thank you.
This class feeder, Kevin started with, I think, the most complete calf of the class. I really like and admire the way he presents himself, especially in that front third, up-headed, really smooth up through that front end. Certainly he's got some natural thickness, very straight in his line. Calf that's got some base width back through the center of his quarter. One that should go on and develop into a really nice calf. I think that from a maturity pattern, he's moderate enough in his frame size that should be able to get him to, and get enough condition without being gigantic. I mean, the calf's more moderate in the frame. The calf, the next, I think he's a little later, earlier maturing kind of calf than our class winner. Doesn't have the youthfulness up through that front end that this calf that our class winner does. At the same token, though, very nicely balanced, got some depth and capacity, very straight in his lines, and it's got some thickness. Should go on and develop like this. My concern is probably won't be really carrying real heavy weights, just because I think it gives me an indication he's a little earlier maturing than the class winner, and probably won't have as much grow in him as the steer that I started the class with. Calf in third, really nicely patterned, got a little more later maturing look to him, a little more youthfulness. Probably doesn't have near the bone that our first and second place calves, nor the lower rear quarter that our first and second place calves have, but a really nicely patterned steer that under the right conditions should go ahead and really make a nice market steer as we move forward with this calf, because he's got all the right pieces. And it probably doesn't have the show ring appeal that the top and second place steer have. Same way next with the calf here, I'd like to maybe expand him a little bit to that hard curve. Gets a little pinch, doesn't have near the bone that our top two steers have, and give him a little more natural thickness, which you like about him, that front end. You know, extended up to that front end. It's got tons of eye appeal. It's fairly straight in his line. Just maybe power him up a little bit more. He may get that as he matures, but at this point in time, it can't be above him or express a more natural thickness. As we go into these next two calves, they probably give up a little narrower base. This calf has a lot more bone than the calves three behind him. He's a little bigger bone, bigger footed steer, up-headed steer. He's got a look to him. And on this particular steer, one that feeds really aggressive and getting where to his end point, I think it's going to really make a nice market steer as we go forward with it. You just got to get in there. The next three, I think, are a little finer bone. I want to give them a little more natural thickness to be placed any higher compared to the rest of the calves in this class. But from a quality standpoint, they're really nice quality steers that will be very functional in a feedlot setting. I just like to give them a more natural thickness to be compared to compete against those calves that I put above them. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
First place, Ella Petrini. Second, Emma Davis. Third, Chloe Grant. Fourth, Lydia Lash. Fifth, Mason Kenny. Sixth, Madeline Brooks. Seventh, Lydia Fox. And eighth, Cole Carpenter. Now entering the ring for lightweight steer feeders, Hannah Owens, Alexis Moore, Kylie Gibbons, Ella Petrini, Tyler Miller, Scout Hines, Ella Betts, and Bo Detley. Judge, this is your class. On deck for champion lightweight steer feeder cap, Drake Duval, Maya Kubat, El Petranki, and the first place in this class. On standby, Anthony Welch, Kinsey Young, Emma Davis, and the second place in this class. contest will run from Monday, September 4th until Saturday, September 9th. Pennies are positive points and all other forms of money, including silver coins and green dollars, are negative points. Each barn has a jar to drop money in outside the junior fair board office. Barns can sabotage each other and try to deduct points by dropping any silver coins or dollars in the other jars. The barn with the most positive points wins. At the announcer stand, we have the beef jar and the goat jar. The beef barn has 0 positive points right now, and the goat barn has a ton of positive points. So if you wish to sabotage the goat barn a little bit, the jars are up there, but let's get some positive points for the beef barn.
really nice cast, a class of theater cast most way through, down through here. The top two are very close to my mind. I think there's some give and take in these casts. I really like the freshness of this cast, especially up to his front third, and really nice up-headed, extended neck. I think he's sound enough as we look at him on the move. I think that, you know, at times, if you were going to say, does he have enough lower rear quarter? Is there enough of him? I think his maturity pattern is such that this calf just keeps getting better. I like how fresh and youthful he looks, and yet I think that his muscle structure long and smooth, and allows him freedom. I think that this calf is pretty sound as we move out into harvest weights, and he'll always have a look to him. He'll always have a showing look to him just because of his front end on him. But really nice calf to start the class with. Steer that's probably carrying more base width than our class winner, but he isn't quite as neat up to that front end, not quite as extended up to the front end, but I think when you look at it combined, there's probably a little bit more base width to this calf. I think his maturity pattern may be a little bit more earlier maturity, so he didn't have that freshness that top steer has, but I think these two calves to me are definitely close, and I think we can go and talk these calves either way and have them win this class. I really like this steer. I think he's got a tremendous amount of future going ahead of it. A young lady steer in third grade made very similar in type to the steer that's in second. Both of these smoky steers really have got a look to them. This cat's a little shorter headed, so giving me that impression that he's a little earlier maturing steer that probably going to develop a little quicker and mature a little quicker than the other two. But a cat that's very straight in his line. He's got some thickness. Maybe not going to end up in grade school probably shorter than the other two steers just because of the length of candy bone and stuff. But a cat that, when you look at his head, you know he's going to do very well feeding him, because those kind of cattle, they'll put the pound on real fast. A really nice steer, complimation-wise, and if they've been in a different class, you probably won this class pretty easily. All three of those steers are pretty good. I think the black steer gives up a little bit. When you look at him from behind, he's a little flatter made. He doesn't have the expression of muscle back through his top as our top three steers. Maybe he's going to be a little bit taller steer, so we're going to sit here, and as far as managing him going down, you'll really want to let him see the feed run, because he's going to need fed fairly aggressive just to make sure we get him to the right ideal endpoint. The white steer next in line, one that's got a tremendous amount of thickness. You look at him from the top, big white top, big amount of round and lower rear quarter, a little plainer front end. You like smoothing up to the shoulders, extending up to that front end, giving a little more strength right behind the shoulder. But a calf from a natural thickness standpoint really kind of comes to the top, the thicker main steers and the class. The next steer, very smooth made, up-headed kind of calf, just a little finer bone, doesn't have the overall muscle expression of the calves placed above to be placed any higher. Then we've got two calves that are a little narrower base that needs some muscle to be placed any higher. We just got to get them wider and a little more natural thickness to be placed any higher today. Very good class from top to bottom. Let's get these exhibitors around the fall.
First place, Ella Petranton. Second, Ella Betts. Third, Kylie Gibbons. Fourth, Scout Hines. Fifth, Bo Dentley. Sixth, Tyler Miller. Seventh, Hannah Owens. Eighth, Alexis Moore. Now entering the ring for champion lightweight steer feeder, Drake Duval, by Kubat, Ella Petranton, and Ella Petranton. On standby for champion lightweight steer feeder calf, Anthony Welch, Kinsey Young, Emma Davis, and Ella Betts. Champion Lightweight Steer Feeder Calf Award is sponsored by Larry Buckville, and the Reserve Champion Lightweight Steer Feeder Calf Award is sponsored by Maple Spring Farm. If there's anyone here from either of those two sponsors that would like to come up and present the award, please come to the announcer stand at this time. Once again, the Belmont County Junior Fair Board Penny Awards is back. This year, all proceeds will go to benefit Greg Hunter. The contest will run from Monday, September 4th to Saturday, September 9th. Once again, pennies are positive points and all other forms of money are negative points. We have a couple royalty members that will be walking around the show arena with the beef and goat jars. Currently, the beef barn has very few positive points and the goat barn has a ton. So if you want the beef barn to win, let's put some positive penny points into the beef jar.
In this division championship, there are 4 really nice calves out here, and each one won their class individually. But I think as we look at the first class in, a calf that's really patterned, really nice, and in that particular class, he was probably as powerful as anything that was in there. Look, but when we get him out here, it probably gives up a little bit in terms of overall muscle and mass and shouldering eye appeal. The young lady's calf in here, when he won his class, I really liked him. I was a little bit concerned about how tubular or whether he had enough depth in him. I still am. I sit here and say, well, he's young, he's a later maturing. You get him the right, put him on the right program and get him deepened up and get that flank deep, and that cat's got a nice steer. I think if we get him to move, I think I'd like to see him have a little bit more cushion off his rear. I think there's times when he's catching his pasterns as he's walking on the side. I just like to give him a little more flex and cushion off his pastern. Same is true with this other steer. I really like his depth. When you compare those two, he's a deeper flank steer, really nice straight in his lines, got tons of shouldering appeal. I think there's times I'd like to see him a little more flex and a little more cushion when he's out moving as well. And you sit here and you look at both those calves, tremendous amount of power when you look at them from the rear, a lot of top, a lot of shape to the center of the cord. I just make sure that they stay fluent enough to get around the shouldering. It's awful young, they're awful young calves, and one of the biggest things on most of these cattle, especially these crossbred calves as we go forward, if they're even questionable structure on feet and legs, they're only going to get worse, they're not going to get any better. So a calf in the last class, one that I really kind of thought there was 2 steers in that class that were pretty close. I think that actually the third place one was very similar in height to that second, but this calf, I like the way he's up through the front end. When he goes around the ring, I think he's extremely fluent and athletic as he's walking through the ring, maybe more so than the previous 2 class winners. I think that when you look at him from behind, he probably gives up maybe a little bit of muscle expression, and he's probably not near as massive through the center part of his quarter, down through his lower rear quarters to placed above him. But at the same token, I think he's fresh enough and youthful enough. I think that'll come and just needs time to go in and develop. So when we sit here and look at these, I'm really pleased with the class winner. We'll go out and pick our division champion at this point.
The 2023 champion lightweight steer cap, Ella Petrain. Now entering the ring, Ella Betts. The 2023 Reserve Champion Lightweight Steer cap, Ella Petrain. Now entering the ring for heavyweight steer cap, Bo Russell, Leighton Hines, Wyatt Roberts, Luke McKeever, Ellie Costello, Ryder Travis, Grant Feldner, Hunter Ogilvie, and Gavin Owens. On deck for heavyweight steer feeders, Leighton Hines, Ryan Weir, Tyler Gibbons, Ellie Costello, Joel Dedlin, Ireland McGee, Peyton Duzick, Jay Swinland, and Landon Feldner. Again, on deck for heavyweight steer caps, Leighton Hines, Ryan Weir, Tyler Gibbons, Ellie Costello, Joel Dedlin, Ireland McGee, Peyton Duzick, Jay Swinland, and Landon Feldner. Judge, this is your clock. thank the sponsor for the 2023 Belmont County Junior Fair Beach Show, Belmont Mills.
set up in calves from the top to bottom here, and there's some give and take in these calves. I'll try to explain what I'm seeing and why I did what I did. I mean, you can kind of talk these cattle in a lot of different ways. The calf I'm starting with, and whoever's given a set of or reasons to some contest somewhere, he's my combination steer. He puts probably the most pieces together, and you know, he's got the most eye appeal, probably not. He's the longest extended neck, probably not. Is there cattle in here thicker? Probably. But when I look at the pieces, that you can't really fault a lot with this calf. I think he's got enough thickness. He's straight enough in his line. When you compare him to the second and third place here, and it may be nothing more than this gal's done an exceptionally good job of getting shown and stuff. But I like the way this cat comes out of his shoulders and how strong he is right behind his shoulders. These other two are a little bit lazy on me. They want to drop just ever so much right behind his shoulders. A cat that probably isn't, if I could change him, I maybe want to give him a little more extension up through the front end. But it's just a really nice balance and kind of fault-free kind of calf. I think structurally he's one that's going to be able to hold himself together and move as he matures and goes into an ideal harvest weight. The real meat wagon in this cat class is the second place here. Now, you know, when he came in there, I said that he's going to win this class. And at times I sat and I looked at him and I had some concerns because I think he may be just a touch too straight off his front. He just loaded with meat. And you get behind him compared to these others, he's the whitest bait sucker in here. He's got tons of eye appeal. The boy did an exceptionally good job of getting him shown. I think he wants to break ever so slightly behind the shoulders. And another thing, I mean, just a simple fact that I couldn't really get to see him move out and walk. Being such a bonehead for you, you know, if he could have just glided through this ring, it would have helped me a lot. Being able to say, is this guy truly going to be holding himself together and with that much power and that much muscle this young in life? Is he going to be one that's going to hold all that together and do it in a structurally sound enough way? But a cat, man, you got to like him. I think as we go forward, I'd be curious to see how he goes ahead and matures. This other young gal, he's got tons of eye appeal when you look at him from the side. And he kind of reminds me of my cat that I use for the lightweight division. Extremely stylish, up-headed, very useful in his appearance. This cat will only get better. He's a little, when compared to this other steers, he doesn't have near the expression or flair of muscle expression as compared to the other calves. But he's so much later in his maturity pattern. I think that this is a calf that, you know, I always kind of like to find these kind of cattle because people will miss them and I can buy them for a lot less money and their future is probably greater than the future of the calves ahead of it. You know, but I'd like to strengthen him up a little bit right behind the shoulders, and I'd also like to get him a little more wider base and a little more muscle expression compared to the other two. The red steer, I thought this kind of fit in here logically in the next space. He's very straight in his line. The young lady's got well behaved, and you know, but he just doesn't have the eye appeal or the pizzazz that the other three steers have. I'd like to give him a little more mass and thickness, but a very structurally functional kind of steer that should go on and be fault-free structurally as he matures and goes into ideal harvest weights. young boys calf next. I really like this calf in terms of the way he comes out. His jumps are out of his shoulder. He's up-headed. He's straight in his lines. He's got capacity. Just a little finer bone. Don't have near the muscle expression. With the right feeding program and regimen, will make a really, really nice market steer as we go forward. This calf here has got some more. It's probably got a little more thickness than our steer, but it's a little bit looser structure. And what I mean by that is, it wants to fall apart, a little bit open up in the front end. Doesn't have near the balance that some of the calves above can have. And it's nice here next, if you like to square him up from his hooks to his pins and strengthen him up right behind his shoulders here. But a really nice calf. As we go in the other two, I just think they're a little finer bone, don't have near enough muscle compression. The bodies here a little more angular, doesn't have the depth of rib or depth of flank that these calves above him have. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, a real nice class.
First place, Ellie Costello. Second, Bo Russell. Third, Leighton Hines. Fourth, Ryder Travis. Fifth, Luke McKeever. Sixth, Wyatt Roberts. Seventh, Hunter Ogilvie. Eighth, Gavin Owens. And ninth, Greg Feltner. Now entering the ring for heavyweight steer feeders, Leighton Hines, Brian Lear, Kylie Gibbons, Ellie Costello, Joel Detland, Aaron McGee, Casey Duzick, Jace Whitland, and Landon Feltner. On deck for heavyweight steer feeders, Landon Feltner, Grant Feltner, Walker Ritter, Jay Sappel, Dally Spars, and Rylan Lyson. Again, on deck for heavyweight steer feeder caps, Landon Feltner, Grant Feltner, Walker Ritter, Jay Sappel, Dally Spars, and Rylan Lyson. Judge, this is your class. Please join us on Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for a worship service led by Mr. Rich Kendall at the Robinson Stage. Again, we would like you all to please join us on Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for a worship service led by Mr. Rich Kendall at the Robinson Stage.
time in this class. For me, there's so many different types and shapes in this class that you can sit here and kind of say, okay, what is my preference, or where I want to go. I hope I can defend what I did out here in terms of reasons, but you know, a really strong set of calves from top to bottom. I'm going to start with this butterscotch calf. I just think there's so much of him. I mean, he's a big, soggy middle kind of calf, big square head. He's got so much dimension back from behind, a lot of lower rear quarter. This gal does a really good job of getting him stuck. It's really kind of nice to be able to sit here and look at him in terms of his show ring presence, up-headed, comes out of that neck, out of that shoulder, really, really nice. For me, I think he wins the class for me fairly easily. Then I have challenges. It's give and take. I mean, I got a calf that was down here towards the end, and every time I went back to look at him from the side profile, I just felt I really, really like this calf. He probably doesn't have all the pizzazz that maybe the second, third, or possibly fourth pace calf has in terms of how well he's presented. This girl's done a really good job. I really like in terms of how he comes out of his shoulder. I think he balances up very, very nicely in terms of how smooth fronted he is. He's got adequate enough thickness. He's fairly square back to his hip, and he's got some shape. The steer that I have in third, for me, is a kind of a challenge for me because I really like this calf. The girl does an exceptionally good job of getting stuck. It's a little more, not near as neat and pretty up through that front third. He's a little more later or earlier maturing, and my concern is well, how he will go ahead and develop. He's very straight in his lines. A little bit more moderate in his height. But his maturity pattern, to me, I think that he could get a little round, he could get a little, come on maybe a little bit quicker. That's where the second and fourth place calves are, from a maturity pattern, are so much more useful and so much more later maturing. I think they've got tremendous amount of future. But the third place here, you really like him in terms of his overall depth of rib. He probably gives up a little bit of power compared to our class winner, but he could have probably been in that second hole, or you know, you could have maybe even used him. But I don't like the way he is up through that front end. I think he'd be a lot smoother up through that shoulder and blend in a lot easier. I really like the freshness and that this calf presents. I'd like to square him up. The tailhead's coming out of the ear and almost makes him look a little round in his appearance. I'd almost like to see him squared up a little bit more. He wasn't near as smooth up through that front end, but he is right now. But when you got him out with the other four, I thought he was probably, what did him in at the end of the day was I didn't like his tailhead, and I thought he could have been a little deeper rear plane. But a calf that from a maturity standpoint, I think is late enough maturing, he's only going to get better. And he's a calf that you certainly want to consider putting in your barn and feeding because I think he's got a tremendous amount of future ahead of him. A little earlier maturing steer that's got a tremendous amount of thickness. Here in this next one, I don't know if he's as pretty up through that front end, as extended up through that front end as some of these calves that were placed above him, but one that's certainly going to have tons of product as we go forward. The next calf does not have near the show ring appeal of some of those ones that were placed above him, but one that I thought on the side profile he gave me a really nice look. He's extended up through that neck, but doesn't have near the overall style and show ring presence to compete with some of those calves that were placed above him. The next calf, to me, maybe a little more rounder in terms of his muscle structure, maybe smooth him up a little bit in his shoulders. I think he's a little coarser fronted than some of our calves that were above. The His black steer are really nice, but he just lacks overall muscle thickness. He gives up a little bit of bone. It's not nearly as stout as some of the calves that were placed above, but a really, really nice feeder calf. That particular one that makes a really nice market steer down the road. Here's the thickest made steer in the class. He's a big, heavy muscle steer. I just don't like his muscle structure. I think it's just too round, and it's going to present some problems, I think, possibly, because he may be so heavily muscle, he may have some structural issues as he moves around the ring and stuff. But a really thick, made, heavy muscle calf, to me, I want to see a little smoother muscle versus that big, heavy, round muscle that this calf has. Really nice calf, though. I just like to see the muscle structure a little different. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for the excellent set of these.
First place, Hayden Dujic. Second, Kylie Gibbons. Third, Ellie Costello. Fourth, Jace Wendland. Fifth, Joel Edley. Sixth, Landon Felker. Seventh, Brian Weir. And eighth, Leighton Hines. Now entering the ring. And then Ireland AB. Now entering the ring for heavyweight steer feeders, Landon Felker, Grant Felker, Walker Ritter, Jay Sackle, Dally Sparks, and Rylan Meister. Judge, this is your class. On deck for champion heavyweight steer feeder, Ellie Costello, Hayden Dujic, and the first place in this class. On standby, Bo Russell, Kylie Gibbons, and the second place in this class. Again, on deck for champion heavyweight steer feeder, Ellie Costello, Hayden Dujic, and the winner from this class. And then on standby, Bo Russell, Kylie Gibbons, and the second place from this class. Once again, we would like to welcome our judge, John Adams. John resides in Springfield, Ohio, and has 50+ years of experience. John graduated from The Ohio State University and was a member of the OSU Livestock Judging Team, where the team won the American Royal Contest and was a high individual at the national contest in Louisville, Kentucky. He has the second highest score ever recorded in the history of the contest. John operates Adams Family Show Cattle with his wife Jane and 3 children. Join us in welcoming our judge this afternoon, John Adams. New this year, we are live streaming some of the livestock shows to YouTube. There is a poster behind the show block with a direct link to the stream. Point your phone camera at the QR code and follow the link to access the stream. This is being brought to you by Belmont Gig, Stonehouse IT Services, and other generous donations. A new QR code will be provided for each show that is live streamed.
started this class with. Very fresh and stylish up to the front end, very up-headed, straightness lines, got tons of product in him. When you look at him from behind, very wide base, very smooth made kind of calf to start the class with. The calf in second, and you really sit here and analyze this calf. The calf's got some really big top end. The boy does a really good job of getting him presented to me. You know, he's kind of has a lot of hair, so you sit here and you kind of look through this thing. But I mean, I think this calf kind of fits to me, kind of logically fits into the second hole. Short legs here, thick knees here, to me a little bit looser structure. Maybe gives up a little bit weak right behind the shoulders. Real big, deep middle kind of calf, almost a point where it almost takes away from him. But a calf that to me just comes into this spot relatively easily just because of the pure thickness and natural thickness that this calf has. That certainly will make a really good market steer as we move forward. The next young man steer, I really like this calf. The boy did an exceptionally good job of getting him shown on the side profile. I think he gives up a little bit in terms of overall natural thickness and style and balance compared to the calves that we started the class with. But a really nice functional calf that should go ahead and make a really nice market steer. A little big framier steer that does have some capacity. You really sit here and you look at him, you know, he's a frame score bigger than maybe some of the other calves in the class, but yet look how deep volume it is. So you got to admire that about the calf. You get behind him and you just get a little bit disappointed. You'd like to see him have more total pop and more dimension to be placed any higher today. The next young man steer, really nice made steer as well, but he's a little, doesn't have the overall depth compared to some of the others to be placed any higher. But by no means can this calf be considered be able not to go ahead and develop into a really nice market steer to go forward. Nice job showing something. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
First place, Rylan Leister. Second, Walker Ritter. Third, Jay Staple. Fourth, Anna Feltner. Fifth, Valley Sparks. And sixth, Grant Thomas. Now entering the ring for champion heavyweight steer feeder, Eileen Costello, Peyton Duzick, and Rylan Leister. On standby, Bo Russell, Kylie Gibbons, and Walker Ritter. Again, on standby, Walker Ritter, Kylie Gibbons, and Bo Russell. Judge, this is your class. The Champion Heavyweight Steer Feeder Cap Award is sponsored by J-Mo Meats, and the Reserve Champion Heavyweight Steer Feeder Cap is sponsored by Pine Grove Farms. If there's anyone here from either of those two sponsors that would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand now.
join up in this feeder steer championship group. And you know, we talked about these kids in class and young ladies, black calf down there in the end. I talked to him about, you know, being a combination steer, one that I felt like kind of put all the pieces together. Was he exceptional in one thing? Maybe not necessarily so, but at the same token, he's fluent, he's well balanced, straight in his lines, and it's got adequate muscle. The butterscotch steer, a calf I really like. I think the calf's got tons of product. It's really got a lot of depth of rib and capacity to him. He's deep flank. When you get behind him, you really like him. Maybe if I did anything, maybe smooth his shoulders up just a bit. I think he maybe opens up a little bit. But one thing that you do admire is that his athleticism as he moves through the ring. He's really very sound structurally, one that you like in terms of his ability to move and get around the ring. A really nice profiling steer that's got tons of eye appeal and show ring presence in this bronco face calf. I really like this calf in terms of work, especially when you get back behind him. He's got tons of product. He's just really wide back to the center of back to his loin and on into his lower rear quarter. And I really like him in terms of how smooth he is. I think he's certainly sound enough. He moves the ring well enough that you really admire him and his presence in the show ring. So that being said, I'll go out and pick our champion and reserve feeder calf, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
The 2023 champion heavyweight steer feeder calf, Rylan Leister. Now entering the ring, Walker Ritter. The 2023 Reserve Champion Heavyweight Steer Feeder Calf, Peyton Dudzik. Now entering the ring for Champion Steer Feeder Calf, Rylan Leister and Ella Petrain. On standby, Ella Petrain and Peyton Dudzik. The Champion Steer Feeder Calf Award is sponsored in memory of Charlie Ruth and Chuck Windsor CRW Farms, and the Reserve Champion Steer Feeder Calf Award is sponsored by Cantina Cattle Company, Norman and Michelle Steed. If anyone's here for either of those two sponsors that would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand now. Judge, this is your class. deck for lightweight heifer feeder calves, Kinsley Carpenter, Brooklyn Warner, Colvin Robb, Avery Turner, Ella Betts, Bo Detling, Jude Grimes, and Mason Keller. Again, on deck for lightweight heifer feeder calves, Kinsley Carpenter, Brooklyn Warner, Colvin Robb, Avery Turner, Ella Betts, Bo Detling, Jude Grimes, and Mason Keller.
Get these heads situated. We'll talk a little bit about these heads again. This lightweight feeder calf I really like. When I sit there and analyze him, I think he's got so much future ahead of him. The thing, you ask is he got near the power that this steer has over here in the heavyweight division. No, but you wouldn't expect him to. I mean, I don't know how much difference there is weight-wise, but there's substantial. I guess what I'd like to do is be able to visualize or be able to sit and look at this calf and say, okay, what's he going to look like come November around Louisville time? I mean, this calf I think is going to just keep getting better and better. I really like the way he's made and his sugaring presence. He just, to me today, I wonder if he's got enough lower rear quarter. But I think as he's useful enough, he's going to go ahead and mature and make a really nice fast here. The calf in the heavyweight division, one that's loaded with product, he's certainly got a ton of eye appeal when you sit and you look at this deer on the side. I think he's certainly sound enough to go in and make a really nice path as we go into the Market Steer Show. So. Not being said, I'll pick my champion steer and reserve feeder calf steer.
The 2023 champion steer feeder calf, Rylan Leister, now entering the ring, Peyton Dudzik. Now entering the ring for the lightweight heifer feeder calves, Kinsley Carpenter, Brooklyn Warner, Colvin Robb, Avery Turner, Ella Betts, Bo Detling, Jude Grimes, and Mason Keller. On deck for lightweight heifer feeders, Olivia Phillips, Brooklyn Warner, Lydia Lash, Mason Kinney, Grace Goodhart, Drayden Ward, Madison Springer, and Emma Welch. Again, on deck for lightweight heifer feeders, Olivia Phillips, Brooklyn Warner, Lydia Lash, Mason Kinney, Grace Goodhart, Drayden Ward, Madison Springer, and Emma Welch. privately, they leave the grounds 8 p.m. Friday to 10 a.m. Saturday. After letting Ed Campbell, Mark Stevens, Josh Liddy, or Leroy Carpenter know of the removal. Any animals not removed from the grounds during that time frame must follow other animal release times, which are as follows. All livestock that are under or overweight requirements must leave the grounds immediately following weigh-in unless participating in showmanship. After participating in showmanship, all underweight or overweight animals must leave the fairgrounds after their species show is complete between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. the following morning. Any market hogs not going to the livestock sale and still on the grounds after 2 a.m. on Wednesday must stay in place until Sunday at 3 p.m. Market hogs that are not being sold in the auction can leave between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. on Tuesday following the hog show. If market hogs do not leave between these times, they must stay in place until Sunday at 3. All open class animals may leave the grounds between 10 p.m. Saturday and 10 a.m. Sunday. All other animals that do not fall in these above categories or are still on the grounds as of 10 a.m. Sunday must stay on the grounds until 3 p.m. on Sunday. Any violation of the above will result in the individual forfeiting his or her project premiums and exclusion in exhibiting in the junior fair the following year. Exhibitors are responsible for hauling animals sold at the auction or donated back to them, except for grand and reserve grand market steers, market goats, market lambs, and market hogs. Conflicts about release times will be reviewed and ruled on by the Senior Fair Board Livestock Superintendent and/or Assistant Superintendent.
Real nice class of lightweight feeder heifer calves. Heifer I'm starting with, I think kind of comes to the top for me relatively easily. Very stylish, very feminine up to that front end. She's really extended up to her neck. It's strong in her muscle pattern, very late maturing and youthful in her appearance. Heifer that I think will just probably go ahead and keep getting better. I don't have any idea what her age is, but hopefully she keeps coming and keeps going. Heifer, shorthorn heifer, a real growthy kind of heifer that I think kind of fits in this second hole. She's got some go to her. I expect her to go ahead and develop and make a really nice, productive female as we go forward. The next heifer, a little later maturing, if you look at her head, she's probably maybe not as youthful as the other two placed above her, but one that's got some nice teeth. She's deep body, straighter lines, got some volume. A heifer that you really kind of like. I think the heifer for me that's next is my problem heifer, because you don't know what to do with her. And she's extremely attractive and she's got tons of eye appeal, but she's so much round in her muscle structure. And on these heifers, when I was watching her walk away, she kind of already got her rear feet out away from her. So I'm concerned about how she's going to hold up structurally. I'm concerned about how big will she actually be, because she looks like she's a little rounder in her muscle structure. Therefore, I wouldn't expect her to go ahead and grow into a real growthy kind of female. So when you look at her from the side, you really fall in love with her because she's so attractive. And I just hope if she keeps growing and she grows up instead of out, she's got me fooled, because that's why I put her where she did. But a really nice heifer. The young man did an excellent job with her. Calf next, this lacks overall thickness that I think kind of logically fits into this place, especially when you compare her to the calf place below her. I mean, she's got more volume and more mass and more growth performance than some of the heifer placed above her, below her. Next heifer, I just like to give her more overall volume, more capacity. The young heifer with the white legs, a taller frame kind of heifer. She's got tons of length, but I'd like to just deepen her up, give her more volume and more overall capacity. same is true with this young lady, Pepper, here at the end. I just like to give her more dimension, more volume as we look at her from the side. But a really nice set of calves from top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
First place, Berman Warner. Second, Bo Detley. Third, Mason Howard. Fourth, Jude Grimes. Fifth, Ella Betts. Sixth, Colin Robb. Seventh, Avery Turner. Eighth, Vincent Carpenter. Now entering the ring for lightweight heifer feeders, Olivia Phillips, Brooklyn Warner, Lydia Lash, Mason Kenny, Grace Goodhook, Drake Ward, Madison Springer, and Emma Welch. On deck for lightweight heifer feeders, Lydia Fox, Lindsay Davis, Anthony Welch, Kira Phillips, Emma Davis, Sydney McFarland, and Hadley Betts. Again, on deck for lightweight heifer feeders, Lydia Fox, Lindsay Davis, Anthony Welch, Kira Phillips, Emma Davis, Sydney McFarland, and Hadley Betts. Judge, this is your class. For anyone that is standing watching the meat show, they are now live streaming the show in the hog arena. So if you wish to go sit down in some shade, they are live streaming the beef show in the hog arena. So for any of you that are standing or outside, that is an option as well in the hog arena.
everybody said from top to bottom. And Pepper, I start with, I'll admit that in some ways I'd like to have her give me the impression maybe she's got a little more go than what she gives me. But when you sit here and you analyze her from a confirmation standpoint, there's just so many good things about her. I like her depth of rib, I like her straightness of lines, her overall capacity in terms of volume and thickness. Very feminine fronted up through the front end, but and some extension. But I guess my gut feeling concerns me that whether she'll have enough go and keep growing. If she does, this is an awesome heifer. I just think that look at her growth pattern, there may be such that she'll run out of gas, and that concerns me. That's where this heifer's got a little more, probably from a lateness of maturity, maybe you can keep coming, but when you look at her, there just isn't enough of her to compete against that heifer. I mean, she's a little pinched in the heart. You like to maybe just give her a little more volume, a little more mass, but she's got tons of show, and I feel the girl does a really good job of getting her shown for me. I appreciate that. And a very stylish, updated effort that you can probably start this class with and talk about how she will just develop and go ahead and make a really nice female going forward. Today she gives up a lot of volume and mass and put to our class winners, but in the future this heifer may just beat her, you know, so stick with her. You never want to give up on her. But a little plainer of heifer in third, that girl has done a really good job. She was back here in the corner, and she really did have this heifer looking pretty darn nice most of the time for me. I just like to give this heifer a little more bone, a little more substance. But when you look at her from the side profile, what you like about her, especially with the second place heifer, there's just so much more volume, so much depth and capacity compared to my second place heifer. But I don't, what bothers me a little bit about her is she gives up, she's a little finer bone, gives up a little more mass. Neil Man's heifer next. A little looser structure. If you look at her, she wants to break a little bit here. I like to square her up to the hip, but comparing her to the next one, she has some thickness, some volume, some strength, and depth of rib down through here over some of these these ones that are further down. I think this heifer will go ahead and develop. Just from a conformation standpoint, probably not near as neat a package as some of our class winners. This one I'd like to give her more volume, capacity to be placed any higher. Conformation-wise, she's pretty straight in her lines, and like the way she made it. You look at her from behind, she's a little narrow base, you just like to bring her up and blow her apart a little bit more. Same is true for the next string. A little narrower base test that I just like to give them more natural thickness to be able to compete any higher in this class. And you know, a very nice heifer in their own right, but we just need to give them more overall volume to be competitive and develop her into this class. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
First place, Emma Welch. Second, Brooklyn Warner. Third, Lydia Lash. Fourth, Mason Kinney. Fifth, Madison Springer. Sixth, Drayton Ward. Seventh, Grace Goodhart. And eighth, Olivia Phillips. Now entering the ring for lightweight heifer feeders, Lydia Fox, Lindsay Davis, Anthony Welch, Kira Phillips, Emma Davis, Sydney McFarland, and Hadley Betts. On deck for lightweight heifer feeders, Bradley Gallagher, Ireland McGee, Lydia Welch, Rylan Meister, Casey Carpenter, Ryder Travis, Addison Cohen, Ryan Kubat, and Emma Welch. Again, on deck for lightweight heifer feeders, Brady Gallagher, Ireland McGee, Lydia Welch, Rylan Meister, Casey Carpenter, Ryder Travis, Addison Cohen, Ryan Kubat, and Emma Welch. Judge, this is your class.
this class of feeder heifers. That young man I'm starting with this white heifer, really nicely made, very complete heifer that puts herself together in a very nice, neat package. You look at her, she's very stylish, her balances up very well. She's got tons of capacity and volume. The young man does a very, very good job of presenting this young heifer, and I think very competitive showman. But the heifer, to me, kind of comes out to the front in this class. Second place heifer, somewhat similar in type, but it does give up some of the style and balance that our top heifer does. I just think that she logically fits in here because of her overall volume and dimension. I think she just kind of fits in easily into that second hole. Then we got some give or take. I got a heifer that I think's got tons of growth and ability to go ahead and make a really nice female. She's a little piecey, and what I mean by that, when you sit there and look at her, there's times when she falls apart, she wants to break a little bit behind her shoulders, but I think that from a growth standpoint, she's going to go ahead and grow and mature into a really nice female down the road. Very nicely, from a conformation standpoint, very straight in her line, very long extended through the front end. I'd just like to give her some more bone, deeper in her body, give her a little more volume. A nice deep sided heifer that lacks overall thickness. Again, I'd like to give her a little more bone compared to those heifers above her to be placed any higher. But from a conformation standpoint, very nicely made kind of female. Just need to give her more thickness and volume to get her to compete and get higher. Same is true with the next two. I'd just like to give them overall total thickness, volume. The red heifer kind of excels the other one in terms of overall dimension, but both of them to be able to compete against them, you got to give more bone, more volume to get them up to the upper end of this class. So let's give these exhibitors around so far.
First place, Anthony Welch. Second, Emma Davis. Third, Lindsay Davis. Fourth, Hadley Betts. Fifth, Stephen Carlin. Sixth, Kira Phillips. Seventh, Lydia Fox. Now entering the ring for lightweight heifer feeders, Brady Gallagher, Ireland McGee, Lydia Welch, Rylan Meister, Casey Carpenter, Ryder Travis, Addison Keller, Mike Kuback, and Emma Welch. On deck for taking lightweight heifer feeder, Brooklyn Warner, Emma Welch, and Anthony Welch are in the first place in this class. On standby, we need Bo Denley, Brooklyn Warner, Emma Davis, and the second place in this class. Once again, Will Self cards are available to be picked up in the Junior Fair Board office. Those cards will need to be filled out in full and turned back into the Junior Fair Board office by the end of the beach show tonight. Again, all Will Self cards will need to be picked up and filled out and turned back into the Junior Fair Board office by the end of the beach show tonight. You will receive a receipt with your child's name and a signature by a Junior Fair Board member once those have been turned in. Again, once you turn in your Will Self cards completed in full, a Junior Fair Board member will sign off on a receipt for you.
for me, a real challenging class in this group of feeder heifers that a lot of different types and kinds, and trying to put what he feels most comfortable with. I'm going to use these two Smokies up here towards the front. I really think they have the best combination of pure volume and mass, just extremely deep rib, deep-sided kind of females. They got tons of product, some volume, carry the thickness down, very straight in a line, very high-performing type of cattle. I mean, really, we get right down to the difference of these. I really like this heifer's head. In terms of how she stands forward, her point of her shoulder, she comes out of the shoulder so neat and real tight up through her neck, more so than the second place one. But they're both really high quality females with tons of performance. You know, look at it, they've got tons of performance, and that's what I like about both of the females. This really fancy tool one heifer, I guess I sit here and I say, can I start the class with her because of her show ring appeal, or her ability to have the style and side profile, extremely nice heifer. I just like to see her give me more indications like she's got a little more growth in her. She's going to get big and tall enough. I just don't know, you know, sometimes these big, I don't know her age, but those big, deep volume kind of females like that, it seems to me at times you can almost get them and they don't have no gas or nothing in the tank that gets them up there. That's the only thing that would concern me. I really like that heifer. A real up-headed, really big frame kind of female that depending on what you're going to do with these females, I mean, if our children, I had one that won Ohio State Fair Market heifer contest, and you almost have to start with something like this because you almost need to get them up to about 1,300 to make them work, okay? And like that shorthorn and some of those others in there, they're almost a little too squatty. You need to get them that heavy a weight. So if you're going to look at them from a market animal, I mean, I think these are the kind of animals you want in terms of getting them to a bigger endpoint that can run and compete against the steers. So a really nice, this girl did exceptionally good job. There just isn't as much. When you look at this heifer from the side profile and you look, okay, you get behind her compared to those others, and you're a little bit disappointed. You wonder if there's enough of her. You know, she's a little shallower, it doesn't have nearly the capacity, but as I look at her, she's probably more youthful and she's younger, and I think that she's going to go ahead and mature, and if she comes on, she's probably a win this class. See, that's how I feel about her. I really like this heifer. I just think right now, today, this point in time, there wasn't enough of her for me to use her, but a really nice heifer. Same is true with this young man's heifer here. On the side profile, really like this heifer. I think he's been bringing me some pretty nice calves during the day, and I've been beating him with some others. And I said, man, I really like your calf. If there was anything, I think he's just almost she's almost a little round. I'd like to square her up to his skin so she didn't take her off and look as round as she does. But I really think there's a tremendous amount of future for this heifer. I really like the front end, the frame, and everything. Really nice female. The next heifer just gives up too much overall dimension and muscle expression when you compare her to the others above. But I think she kind of fits in here because she's probably next in line in terms of having volume and capacity, and there's really certainly come from a conformation standpoint, not a lot wrong with her. She's clean, she's straight in her line, very good-footed. I think that there's just not enough of her to compete against some of those others. Same is true with this white one. It's really extremely deep volume, big middle kind of effort, but I'd like to give her more face width, more expression of muscle to be placed any higher. But a really nice female too. I think as we go down through here from top to bottom, this has been one of the stronger classes we've had all the way through. Young yet baby heifer with the red, you look at her again, like her, she's got some shape to her body cavity, one that should go ahead and mature and perform into a really nice female going down the road. I just like to thicken this girl up, give her more volume, more mass, being placed any higher in the class today. But a really nice class from top to bottom. Give these exhibitors a round of applause.
First place, Lydia Welch. Second, Brad Travis. Third, Ralph Leister. Fourth, Maya Kulak. Fifth, Brady Gallagher. Sixth, Emma Welch. Seventh, Addison Kohler. Eighth, Ireland McGee. And ninth, Casey Carpenter. Now entering the ring for champion Lady Heberfier Calf, Brooklyn Warner, Emma Welch, Anthony Welch, and Lady Welch. In the hole, Bo Deadling, Brooklyn Warner, Emma Davis, and Ryder Travis. Again, in the hole, Bo Deadling, Brooklyn Warner, Emma Davis, and Ryder Travis. Judge, this is your class. The Champion Lightweight Heberfier Calf Award is sponsored in memory of Carolina Flower Farm, and the Reserve Champion Lightweight Heberfier Calf Award is sponsored by Franco Farms. If there's anyone here from either of those two sponsors that would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand now.
Lightweight division championship, four heifers that we talked about in class. I think they all are I'm extremely satisfied with. I think that we sit here and look at this heifer here that the young lady had. I really like her overall volume, the capacity. I think at times when she's walking, she wants to get her going up a little bit high. I like her once she gets placed and gets herself put in a position, but every now and then when she's walking, she wants to punch herself up. Young man calf in this other class, I thought won the class relatively easy, really present in front of smooth shoulder, got a really nice hip in her, straight in her lines, very correct kind of female. This smoky heifer, real big volume female with tons of muscle. Probably if anything, maybe smooth her up a little bit around the shoulder, which I talked about how long and extended up to the front end she was. And we've got this young, I think she was the class winner in the first class. really nice up-headed heifer that's got some length and angularity to her. I think she'll go ahead. I got to assume to look at her that she's a lot younger than maybe some of the other ones out here, but one that you really, really admire in terms of her length of body, how long-sided she is, and how long and extended she is up to the front end, yet she's got some volume and capacity in her as well. So without further ado, we'll go out and pick our top reserve and champion reserve division class lightweight feeder.
The 2023 Champion Lightweight Heifer Feeder Cup Award goes to Anthony Welch. Now entering the ring, Emma Davis. On deck for heavyweight heifer leader caps, Gunnar Music, Cassidy Horan, Abby Brocklehurst, Kinsey Young, Jude Grimes, Olivia McKeever, Bo Russell, Hunter Ogilvy, Morgan Horan, and Evan Lincoln. The 2023 Reserve Champion Lightweight Heifer Feeder Cap, Lydia Welch. Now entering the ring for heavyweight heifer feeder caps, Gunnar Music, Cassidy Horan, Abby Brocklehurst, Kenzie Young, Jude Grimes, Olivia McKeever, Bo Russell, Hunter Ogilvy, Morgan Horan, and Evan Lincoln. On deck for heavyweight heifer feeders, Braden Moore, Gunnar Music, Kate Music, Blake Horan, Dolly Sparks, Reese Bostic, Dylan Gallagher, and Evan Lincoln. Again, on deck for heavyweight heifer feeders, Braden Moore, Gunnar Music, Kate Music, Blake Horan, Sally Sparks, Reese Bostic, Dylan Gallagher, and Evan Lincoln. in the livestock show arena. Age categories include 6 and under, 7 to 15, 16 and older, and there is a $5 entry fee for the Junior Fairboard Mullet Contest. Would Greg Belmont please report to the announcer stand in the show arena? Again, would Greg Belmont please report to the announcer stand in the show arena?
so many different types and shapes of cattle in this class, and trying to decide, okay, where do I want to put my emphasis, because you know, there's some things about all these cattle I really like, and then there's some things about them I don't like. And I'll try to go and talk about these cattle. I haven't really made up my mind yet on the last winter, but I want to talk about these two that I have pulled out here. That, you know, when that Smoky came in, I said, man, what an animal. And from the terms of volume and thickness, that calf really excels. And I think though, I sit and I look at its maturity pattern. I don't like the way how open shouldered that heifer is. She's extremely open shouldered. I'd like to see her smoother fronted. I'm concerned about her growth pattern, whether she'll just keep coming, because she's so heavily muscled at this point in time, and you really wonder if she's got enough go in her to keep going. But that being said, I mean, there isn't anything in this class that touches her in terms of volume, bone, mass. Boy does an exceptionally good job of getting her shown. She's up-headed, a big square head. Young boy in second, over here that I'm contemplating on whether it wins the class or not. I sit here and she's a longer body heifer, much more smoother shoulder than the gray one. Just so much smoother mane up through that front end. Does she have the muscle or thickness? No. Does she have the volume? She's got quite a bit of volume as you really and look at it going down the class, but she sure doesn't have the amount of capacity that Smoky does, you know. But I'd like to maybe I'd like to elevate her, because I sit here and I look at her and she's a little, she don't have much length of cannon, and you wonder whether or not how much growth she has. And then you go into this third place, she's a big growthy heifer, and she's going to get big, but there's not a lot of thickness and not a lot of capacity to go with her. And if she had any amount of volume to even come close, she probably won the class. So, and that's somewhat down here, like here's a calf here, that all she needs is another inch or two of depth for me, if she were to win this class. That's how much I like this heifer, but she's too tubular. I want to give her some depth and give her some guts. So I've been struggling with this whole class here, and I'm going to go ahead and stay with the Smoky as our class winner and use the young man's black calf as reserve. But I mean, there's things that we really like about both those, and then there's things I hope you see what I'm talking about in terms of the shoulder and some other things that I'd love to change on these animals. Okay, but she just got so much volume and depth you can't overlook. And the shorthorn heifer, big, tall, growthy, smooth shoulders. You know, I want to go and give her more depth. I want to give her more capacity to get any higher today. Real smooth made heifer, and this heifer, boy, did a really good job of getting her shown. But very smooth shoulder, but she doesn't have nearly the amount of thickness the top two calves have. And I'd like to just give her power, give her more bone, give her more overall mass. Calf has got a big foot, a big bone, and it's got a big top. But you look at it, it's too shallow. I mean, I'd like to just deepen that girl up, and she'll probably win this class. And she's a big up-headed heifer that's got a lot of growth potential, and I'd expect her to grow into a really nice animal down the road. Another one that when you get this heifer on the side profile, you really like. You know, she doesn't have any hair, so what you see is what you get. But an exceptionally, really nice made heifer, straightener lines, and got some growth potential heifer that should go ahead and make a really nice animal down the road. As we go further down, I'm giving up too much muscle and I'm giving up too much volume to be able to get placed higher. I mean, I got to expand the rib shape, give them some thickness, give them a wider base to be able to place any higher than that. But I really had it set all the way through. It was a challenge for me to place these cattle, but I hope I can, as an audience, you can see what I was talking or thinking about. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
First place, Russell. Second, Evan Midland. Third, Kenzie Young. Fourth, Connor Music. Fifth, Jude Grimes. Sixth, Hunter Ogilvie. Seventh, Olivia McKeever. Eighth, Morgan Moran. Ninth, Abby Rockenhurst. And 10th, Cassidy Green. Now entering the ring for heavyweight headline feeders, Brady Moore, Connor Music, Kate Music, Blake Moran, Dally Sparks, Reese Boston, Dylan Gallagher, and Evan Midland. On deck for champion heavyweight headline feeder, Bo Russell in the first place in this class. And on standby, we need Evan Midland in the second place in this class.
This is by far one of the deeper classes I've had, especially in that heifer feeder calf. There's really a good solid group of females from top to bottom. That heifer I'm starting with, I just think a ton about her. I'd really like to see how smooth she is for as much volume, as much capacity as this female has. And yet you sit there and you look at her from a conformation standpoint, very, very sound, big-footed, moves exceptionally well, and yet she's really extended up to the front end. The girl does a really good job of getting her show. A really nice heifer to start with. Probably not near as attractive female up to the front. When I saw this heifer come in, I said, oh, she's good enough to win this class. I like the weight. She's very, very complete. She probably doesn't have near the depth this heifer has, but there's enough of her. She's certainly got some thickness, and she's certainly sounded. Just lacks overall capacity and volume to be able to beat that girl. Okay, it's a good job. I thought these next heifers, you know, you sit there and you look at them, and I've used this terminology, and what you see is what you get. There's not a lot of things to hide here because they don't have a lot of hair. This young man's heifer, I really liked her when it came out. Real deep volume. I like to see how smooth. I mean, she is so smooth up to the front end, you know, and extended. I mean, she had about 2 or 3 inches of hair on her. She looked awesome, you know. I really think this one's got a ton of future. It's just that she's a little bit got summer hair, and she needs a hair coat on her, and she'd be running with a big old. So I really like this stuff. Good job. And the same is true with this next young man's heifer. Maybe not near as wide a base. When you sit and look at that one walk out, how wide she walks when she walks out. This one's a little narrower base, but there is tons of volume, tons of depth on her. An heifer that you really like. She has to be more of her to be able to compete against this top heifer. The heifer here that you really like, tons of style, very extended, angular, you know, balanced real nice. And, you know, if anything, I just sat here and I said, I want to deepen her up. I've got to give her some depth. I've got to give her some flank and get her songier looking so it looks like she's got some capacity. If she had that depth of rib and spring of rib, she'd be awesome. She may get there, but today she isn't there yet. But a really nice heifer, it's got a ton of future ahead of her. The same is true with this young lady's heifer here. Like I said earlier, a very, very strong class of females. I like this heifer from the side profile. When you look at her rib shape and her belly, she's got some capacity. I mean, if anything, what does this heifer in is that front latch and that front end on it. She's not as tightly made up to that neck, and kind of a little softer made around her throat latch and her jowl, and it takes a lot away from her. But if you take that away, that heifer's really nice. And you got a ton of volume, a big deep rib there, and some volume. Again, is what you see is what you get. They're in the barrel. So, I mean, she's going to make a really nice female down the road. Same is true with this young man. Son, I hated to put you in this hole, because that heifer is really good. And, you know, but you had competition up there for me, and I just think that on her, I'd like to maybe straighten her up a little bit, and look at the pins, maybe clean her up in the front end. But again, a ton of future in this heifer. Don't give up on her. She's pretty darn good. Okay? We give this girl, I just want to give her more food with the mix. And if I look at her from behind, she's a little narrower base. I want to expand her. I want to give her some spring and depth of mix to be able to compete with the others. So let's give all these kids a round of applause. Thank you.
First place, Sally Sparks. Second, Reese Bostic. Third, Gunnar Music. Fourth, Brady Moore. Fifth, Evan Wyndham. Sixth, Peyton Music. Seventh, Dylan Gallagher. And eighth, Blake Corinne. Now entering the ring for champion heavyweight heifer feeder calf, Bo Russell and Sally Sparks. On standby, we need Evan Wyndham and Reese Bostic. The champion heavyweight heifer feeder calf award is sponsored by Lee and Paul Whitmer. And the reserve champion heavyweight Haber Feeder Cap Award is sponsored by Kirk's Homemade Ice Cream. If there's anyone here from either of those two sponsors that would like to come to the announcer stand and present the award, please do so now.
In this heavyweight division feeder heifer class, I talked about both these heifers in class before, and I really appreciate both of them. The heifer I'm going to use is this young lady's heifer for our division heifer heavyweight division.
The 2023 Champion Heavyweight Heifer Feeder Cap Award, Gally Sparks. Now entering the ring, Reese Boston. On deck for Champion Feeder Cap, Anthony Welch and Dally Sparks. And on standby, we need Lydia Welch and the reserve Champion Heavyweight. Reserve champion, heavyweight Heifer Feeder Cap is Reese Boston. Now entering the ring for champion Heifer Feeder Cap, Dally Sparks and Anthony Welch. On standby, we need Lydia Welch and Reese Boston. This is your prize. The Champion Heifer Feeder Cap Award is sponsored by Motor Animal Veterinarian Services, and the Reserve Champion Heifer Feeder Cap Award is sponsored by Convenient Food Mart Martinsville. If there's anyone here from either of those two sponsors that would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand now. On deck for heavyweight dairy feeder calves, Paige Kemp and Robbie Sappel.
two really nice heifers to finish this feeder heifer show. I think all those exhibitors should be commended. They've really done an excellent job of bringing calves out here and in a timely manner, and the quality has been second to none. So without further ado, I talked about these animals. I'll show you my preference, and we'll go from there.
The 2023 Champion Heifer Feeder Calf Award goes to Downey Sparks. Now entering the ring, Reese Ball. The 2023 Reserve Champion Heifer Feeder Calf goes to Anthony Welch. Now entering the ring for heavyweight dairy feeder calves, Paige Kemp and Robbie Sappel. Now entering the ring for heavyweight dairy feeder calves, Paige Kemp and Robbie Sappel. The Champion Heavyweight Dairy Feeder Calf Award is sponsored by Kenko Cattle, and the Reserve Champion Heavyweight Dairy Feeder Calf is sponsored in memory of Frank Reed. If there's anyone here from either of those two sponsors that would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand. The Champion Dairy Feeder Calf Award is sponsored by David Missy Mascot and Family, and the Reserve Champion Dairy Feeder Calf Award is sponsored by David Chava Fisher. If there's anyone here from either of those two sponsors as well and would like to come to the announcer stand, please do so now to present the award.
in this dairy feeder division. There's only 2 animals. In some counties, I guess I've had the opportunity to judge a lot of dairy feeder shows that only, even though my background's in the British bred cattle, but I used to manage a feed yard. At one time I had almost 10,000 head of them that we were feeding every day. So I kind of got where I was used to dealing with these black and whites, and a lot of our calves are coming out of Idaho weighing 3 1/4, and we finish them out. A lot of with these dairy feeders is management and getting them fed aggressive and hard so they don't grow tall and yet they get big and stout. There's some differences in these 2 animals. You've got the one here that the young man has that both of these cats I'd like to get them thicker made. I like to see them with a little more volume and capacity in what they're showing them. But there's some differences. One, the young man's steer, he probably got a little more bone, a little bigger hoof than the young ladies. But at the same token, from a structure standpoint, the young lady's calf is so much more athletic, can move through the ring. The steer the young man is awful straight on his rear, awful straight on his pasture. And from a structure standpoint, I'm going to use the young lady's calf for our champion dairy feeder and the young man's calf for reserve.
The champion heavyweight dairy feeder calf is Paige Kemp, and the reserve champion heavyweight dairy feeder calf is Robbie Southwood. The champion dairy feeder calf is Paige Kemp, and the reserve champion dairy feeder calf is Robbie Southwood. We will now be taking a 30-minute break, and we will resume with beef breeding. Again, we will now be taking a 30-minute break, and we will resume with beef breeding. We will be resuming with beef breeding at approximately 2 o'clock. Again, we will be resuming with the beef show after a 30-minute break at approximately 2 o'clock.
Good thing I brought the 2 gallons of water, because they've already drank a whole gallon. gave him the other gallon. I'll just bring him out more whenever we get back. But then I was like, oh, we better clean up their pen. And then I was like, well, who knows where Lily went? So I came back on this side and I seen her sitting there, but that's why I texted you. She didn't say where'd Mom go? In my backpack, so I couldn't even call her because that wouldn't help. But so Jace is, I thought Jace was done or no? Oh, why don't they do showmanship for the steer, showmanship for the heifer? Well, that's what going to be way later then, huh? All right. Which I guess, yeah, I've seen the same repeated from steers to heifers, so I guess it does kind of make sense to wait since. After he's done, because we probably won't come back till 5 or 6. Yeah. Well, I think we're going to go home. Actually, we're going to go to the store, get the rest of the stuff for fires, baskets or boxes. I don't know how I'm going to give it to him yet. Right now, all we got is pellets. Someone will buy them. But, and plus you have Mama Tracy here to write up the prices, and she hopes that she doesn't get stuck with them. But we probably won't come back till later on so that we can do night taking care of with the goats and so on, and then be done for the day. Yeah. Good job last night. We were here, we was watching. But we're heading out, so we might see you later, we might not, depending on if you're still here or if you've gone home. So this camera is showing in the pig barn. They have a big TV in the pig barn in those bleachers. Alright, we're heading out.
We will be resuming with the beef show in just a couple minutes. On deck for all beef breeding Angus, Ellie Costello, Ava Burkowski, Ellie Costello, and Ellie Costello. Now entering the ring for beef breeding Angus Age Cow, Ellie Costello. For beef breeding Angus Junior Yearling Heifer, Ellie Costello. For beef breeding Angus Summer Yearling Heifer, Ava Burkowski. For beef breeding Angus Senior Heifer, Ellie Costello. And for beef breeding Angus Junior Heifer, Ellie Costello.
She plays ball with Junior. She plays ball with Brett. So they're on the same ball team. So we can see them.
Judge, this is your class.
He's been into it.
Champion Angus Award is sponsored by West Bendel Bank Incorporated. If anyone's here who would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand now.
As long as he's in here where he's supposed to be, I don't care.
She said take a picture.
I know. I'll have to say, why are you with her? See, now I can bring it out. That's right.
On deck for lead breeding Key Junior Heifer, Ryle Munster. Would Cheyenne Burley please come to the announcer stand in the show arena? Again, would Cheyenne Burley please come to the announcer stand in the show arena?
It was 19 something last year. And it's like 21.
This group of Angus females, I've always enjoyed. I've been here before in the open show and judging, and it's really kind of a pleasant to be able to judge some of these breeding cattle that you have in this county. Such a high-end quality for the specific breeds that are represented, and this Angus breed has really got a lot of quality from top to bottom. And as I look and talk about each one of these, each one are the individually different age group. We've got an age cow that we just really love in terms of her femininity and style. and yet she's got all that volume and mass that goes along with her. They can kind of breed her probably all kinds of multitudes of ways to get something, but she likes her angularity, her femininity, and yet she's got mama cow written all over her. Should be a really nice, should be doing a really good job of raising calves. Junior yearling, tremendous amount of volume and depth. Hope that she's bred the calf here, probably going into next year. But and I would assume she is, but she's really big, deep middle girl that again has tons of volume, and you just love her attractiveness. Next heifer, one that I probably would want to try to just expand, give her more overall volume and mass. She's a summer, I believe a summer yearling, and I'd just like to give her a little more volume and mass to be able to compete against some of these others. But I have a female that should go ahead and develop and make a very productive brood cow. She's got good lines, she just needs more of her. Heifer next is senior heifer calf. That would be born about a year ago, actually, in September. So you look at her, and the pattern very much similar, tremendous amount of shape and volume, and yet it's very feminine and broody. Should go ahead and develop into a real productive cow. February heifer calf. I mean, to give you people out here, I mean, you can go a long ways and not find a group of Angus cattle as good as these are. And I really appreciate what the exhibitors brought out to us. This is a February baby that they really admire. She's really spring-fronted. She's got some angularity to her, and yet look at the volume. Look at the amount of capacity that girl represents. She's going to be easy to keep and function on a day-to-day basis as she gets older and matures. I think we should commend all these Angus cattle or exhibitors out here for bringing us such a high quality and high set of cattle. I'll go out and pick our champion reserve. I don't know that I can go wrong here, but it's just going to be something that you can kind of go all kinds of different ways here, but a really nice set of females. Let's give everybody, these exhibitors, a round of applause. Thank you.
2023 Reserve Champion Angus is Ellie Costello. Now entering the ring for B3, Hereford Junior Yearling Heifer, Abby Gibbons, Kylie Gibbons, and Brooklyn Warner. The Champion Hereford Award is sponsored by Mark E. Farm. If there's anyone here that would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand now. Once again, now entering the ring for B3 Hereford Junior Yearling Heifer, Andy Gibbons, Kylie Gibbons, and Brooklyn Warner. On deck for B3, Mamie Andrews, Junior Yearling Heifer, Kylie Gibbons, and Ryder Travis. Again, on deck for B3, Mamie Andrews, Junior Yearling Heifer, Kylie Gibbons, and Ryder Travis. Judge, this is your cross. Once again, we would like to remind everyone about the Will Sell cards that need to be picked up in the Junior Fair Board office. If you plan this out and you your animals, you need to go to the junior credit board office and pick up your rural cell cards. You will then need to fill out your rural cell card in full and turn it back into the junior fair office by the end of the beef show. Again, if you plan to sell any of your animals, you need to go to the junior credit board office and pick up your will sell card. Once you fill that will sell card out in full, you then will turn it back in, receive a receipt from the junior credit board member that's working the window, and then those need to be turned in by the end of the beef show tonight.
This class of Hereford females. The heifer I'm starting with is big, powerful female here that just got tons of volume, real up-headed, real feminine up to her front, and yet she's just loaded with meat and power. You really like this heifer, big-footed, just tons of expansion when you look at her and view her from the side. Real easy champion for me. Our reserve would be this young lady's heifer here. She just overpowers the heifer in third in terms of overall capacity and volume, and she'll be our reserve Hereford heifer. Let's give these three exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
First place, Brooklyn Warner. Second, Emmy Gibbons. Third, Kylie Gibbons. The 2023 champion Hereford is Brooklyn Warner, and the reserve champion Hereford is Emmy Gibbons. Now entering the ring for beef breeding main and junior yearling heifer, Kylie Gibbons and Ryder Travis. On deck for beef breeding main and junior heifer, Bo Russell and Emma Welch. Judge, this is your class. Once again, we would like to thank the sponsor of the 2023 Belmont County Junior Fair Beef Show, Belmont Mills.
in this main Andrew division. The heifer I'm using for our top team will be this young lady's heifer here. She by far has got so much more volume and mass, really up-headed female, very straight in her line. Heifer that should really make a nice productive breed cow as we go forward. The heifer in second, just one that needs a little more volume and mass to be able to compete and run against the heifer in front of her. Two really nice females. Just give these two exhibitors a round of applause.
First place, Ryder Travis. Second place, Kylie Gibbons. Now entering the ring for beef breeding, Maine Andrew Jr. Heifer, Bo Russell, and Emma Welch. On deck for champion Maine Andrew, Ryder Travis, in the first place of this class. And on standby, Kylie Gibbons, and the second place in this class.
This class as a main Andrew utilize the young lady's heifer as our class winner. I just like her extension up to her front end. I think she far exceeds the other heifer in terms of overall volume. And I just a really nice, stylish, very feminine fronted heifer that's very worthy of winning, being first place. Heifer in second, probably not near as a little more rounded, rounder in her appearance, muscle structure, but a really nice heifer at the same token. So let's give these two exhibitors a round of applause for both good heifer to start the class.
First place, Emma Welch. Second place, Bo Russell. Now entering the ring for champion Maine Andrew, Ryder Travis, and Emma Welch. On standby will be Kylie Gibbons and Bo Russell. The Champion Maine Andrew Award is sponsored by Smitty Septic. For anyone here that would like to come up to the announcer stand and present the award, please do so now. Judge, this is your class. On deck for beef breeding shorthorn H cow, Cooper Workman. In the hole for beef breeding shorthorn junior yearling heifer, Carrie Pittman, Brianne Workman, and Gage Workman. Again, on deck for beef breeding H cow shorthorn, Cooper Workman. And in the hole for beef breeding shorthorn junior yearling heifer, Carrie Pittman, Brianne Workman, and Gage Workman.
This championship drive for our mains, I'm going to utilize this calf of our champion heifer. She'll be, I just think she brings so much, she's got so much future ahead of her. Very extended up to her front, tons of volume. I think that there's nothing to take away from this heifer, except that when she walks, she wants to get a little bit higher up on her top. But I think today we're going to use the young calf as our champion.
The 2023 champion Maine Andrew. Will the judge please come to the announcer stand? The 2023 champion Maine Andrew is Emma Welch. Now entering the ring, Bo Russell.
For reserve main, I'm going to use the young calf for reserve. I think she patterns the champion a little closer than our big heifer. I think both of them are really high quality females, but I like the younger heifer. I think she is very close to being similar in type to our champion main. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
The 2023 Reserve Champion main Andrew is Bo Russell. Now entering the ring for beef breeding shorthorn aged cows, Cooper Workman. On deck for beef breeding shorthorn junior yearling heifer, Carrie Pittman, Breanne Workman, and Gage Workman. In the hole for beef breeding shorthorn junior heifer, Breanne Workman, Cooper Workman, Gage Workman, and Kenzie Young. Judge, this is your cross.
This young man brings a really nice shorthorn heifer off to us. They really admire this female in terms of her growth and performance, but at the same token, just tons of femininity and balance. It's got some capacity as you look at her from the side and from the rear. Very well worthy of first placing here. Let's give this young exhibitor a round of applause.
First place, Cooper Workman. Now entering the ring for beef breeding shorthorn junior yearling heifer, Carrie Pittman, Breanne Workman, and Gage Workman. On deck for beef breeding shorthorn junior heifer, Breanne Workman, Cooper Workman, Gage Workman, and Kenzie Young. Judge, this is your class.
These exhibitors keep bringing all these really good females to us. This class is no exception. Really a tremendous shorthorn heifer to begin our class with. I don't know, I'm sure she's probably been shown a few times, but one that really, from a quality standpoint, you got to appreciate. Very solid, very feminine up fronted, but yet she's got tons of volume and capacity. She's going to go ahead and make a really productive mama cow down the road. I think she wins this class. I like her exceptionally well. That young man's second, really very patterned, very much like our class winner. Maybe not near as sweet up through that front end as our class winner, but one that has tremendous volume and mass as well. The young lady's heifer in third, one that gives up a little bit of volume in terms of the two placed above her, but yet one that this female should go ahead and get on and be a very productive mama cow down the road and get her bred right. You may be surprised how well she does. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. All three are really nice females.
First place, Braden Workman. Second place, Gage Workman. Third place, Carrie Pittman. Now entering the ring for beef breeding Shorthorn Junior Heifer, Braden Workman, Cooper Workman, Gage Workman, and Kenzie Young. On deck for champion Shorthorn, Cooper Workman, Brianne Workman in the first place in this class. On standby, we need Gage Workman and the second place in this class. Judge, this is your class. Once again, we would like to congratulate the 2023 Belmont County Junior Fair Outstanding Project Knowledge Award winners for beef, sponsored by Belmont Truck and Petty Hall. For beef breeding junior, Gage Workman, Avery Young, and Madison Young. For beef breeding senior, Ellie Costello, Carrie Pittman, and Kaylee Smith. For beef breeder calves junior, Grant Felkner, Landon Felkner, Dylan Gallagher, and Cassidy Moran, Zachary Masguy, and Kenzie Young. For beef breeding calves senior, Kate Music, Natalie Sapple, Rylan Weir. For market beef junior, Zachary Masguy and Avery Young. And for market beef senior, Carrie Pittman and Jacob Baker. Once again, we would like to congratulate the 2023 Belmont County Junior Fair Outstanding Project Knowledge Award winners for beef, sponsored by Belmont Truck and Petty Hall.
Really nice class of Shorthorn heifer calves. Heifer I'm starting with, and I really admire her from the side profile. She's got a tremendous amount of volume and shape, and so exceptionally smooth fronted and smooth shoulder. I think she's favoring the right front or the left front, maybe it is, leg, but when she is walking, a little awkward, at least like she can struggle a little bit on it, but I think she's okay. The heifer in the second place is not a little younger, so much later maturing. I think she's going to just keep getting better. I really like the way she's made, extremely feminine and extended and fronted. I think she'll just keep getting better. I really like her. The heifer, the second, probably structurally isn't near as sound as the other two. She wants to break just a bit right behind her shoulders. Probably not near as, a little looser structure than the top two heifers in class. The heifer and fourth, a heifer that's got all kinds of growth and capacity to her. I think she'll just get better as days go on. She just needs more time, and once she sees that, I think she'll mature into a really nice cow down the road. Just hit these exhibitors around the applause.
First place, Katie Workman. Second place, Brianne Workman. Third place, Cooper Workman. And fourth place, Kenzie Young. Now entering the ring for champion Shorthorn, Cooper Workman, Brianne Workman, and Gage Workman. On standby, we need Gage Workman and Brianne Workman. The Champion Shorthorn Award is sponsored by West Banco Incorporated. If anyone here that would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand now. Judge, this is your prize.
Really nice lineup of Shorthorn females for this championship drive. You go to a lot of county fairs and you won't see the quality that we're seeing today, so I think we should all appreciate that. As I sat and analyzed these three females, we talked a little bit about them in class. Heifer that I like, I think it's going to be those young ladies. I'm going to use her for champion today, and we'll get the second place heifer in and see how it's reserved here.
The 2023 Champion Shorthorn winner is Brianne Workman. Now entering the ring, Gage Workman.
I'm going to use our senior yearling for reserve. I think she kind of patterns our top heifer probably more ideally. I think all these Shorthorns really have done exceptionally good out here in the show ring and sure presented themselves very well. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Your reserve champion Shorthorn is Cooper Workman. Beef breeding Seminole senior yearling heifer, Madison Young. On deck for beef breeding Seminole junior yearling heifer, Ella Petrank and Madison Young. And in the hole for beef breeding Seminole senior heifer, Avery Young and Madison Young. Again, on deck for junior yearling heifer, Ella Petrank and Madison Young. And in the hole for beef breeding Seminole senior heifer, Avery Young and Madison Young.
Single entry here in the Seminole division, female that sure could stand a lot of competition. competition. You really like the way that she's designed, very attractive up, but tons of volume and capacity. You know, you can look at her and say that she's almost starting to spring some, so you know that she's probably settled, which is good at this point in this juncture, but exceptionally nice Simmental female. They don't make them a lot better than this. Let's give this young exhibitor a round of applause.
First place, Madison Young. Now entering the ring for Beef Breeding Simmental Junior Yearling Heifer, Ella Petrain and Madison Young. On deck for Beef Breeding Simmental Senior Heifer, Avery Young and Madison Young. And in the hole for Beef Breeding Simmental Junior Heifer, Brooklyn Warner, Lydia Welch, and Madison Young. Again, on deck for Beef Breeding Simmental Senior Heifer, Avery Young and Madison Young. And in the hole for Beef Breeding Simmental Junior Heifer, Brooklyn Warner, Lydia Welch, and Madison Young.
This group of Simmental females, two really exceptional females here. I think there's some differences in them that we can sit here and talk. You got a heifer that's a lot later maturing, very up-headed, long and extended up to her front, very stylish. Probably doesn't have the overall volume and mass that we do in the blaze-faced heifer behind her, but one that, given the right mate with the right bull, I think you can power her calves up and make an ideal mating. When you get cattle this age, sometimes you get in a situation where you can get them a little too fleshy, and you've done an excellent job of keeping that heifer under control and keeping the flesh off of her. Heifer here has been exceptionally stout and heavier volume heifer. You maybe would want to clean her up just a little bit up to that front end, but she certainly isn't something that I would consider exceptionally bad. The heifer in front of her sure has got that disappointed front end. But I really admire the thickness and the volume of this heifer, and this will be our class winner. That'll be our second place female.
First place, Madison Young. Second place, Ella Petrain. Now entering the ring ring for beef breeding Seminole Senior Heifer, Avery Young and Madison Young. On deck for beef breeding Seminole Junior Heifer, Brooklyn Warner, Lydia Welch, and Madison Young. Judge, this is your cost.
This senior heifer calf class, again, the quality just keeps running real deep in this whole Seminole show. I'm going to utilize the black heifer as our class winner. I think she just overpowers the red one, even though the red one's certainly the right kind and type as well. But this one has just a lot more pounds on her, higher performance, a little more volume, a little more depth. I really like this heifer. The second red heifer, certainly nothing to take away from her in her own rights. If she'd been somewhere else, probably would have won the whole Seminole division. So she's really a nice female as well. So let's give both these exhibitors a round of applause. I'll give you the black one to win the class.
First place, Madison Young. Second place, Avery Young. Now entering the ring for beef breeding Seminole Junior Heifer, Brooklyn Warner, Lydia Welch, and Madison Young. On deck for champion Seminole, Madison Young, Madison Young, Madison Young, and the first place in Miss Cox. On standby, we need Ella Petranki, Avery Young, and the second place in Miss Cox.
this class with a January heifer calf with a tremendous amount of growth and volume and potential as we look at this heifer going forward. She's just going to be a really, really nice brood cow that should do well for this young lady going and projecting her out in the future. A young April baby here, several months difference in ages, but she's sure made right, very attractive up through the front end, and it probably just gives us so much more volume and mass of our class winner to be placed any higher. A really nice heifer in third as well, that again just gives up a little bit too much to be able to compete against our class winner. But all three are very, very the right kind of cattle that should go on and make really productive brood cows as we move down the road. Let's give these three exhibitors a round of applause.
First place, Madison Young. Second place, Brooklyn Warner. And third place, Lydia Welch. Now entering the ring for champion Seminole, Madison Young, Madison Young, Madison Young, and Madison Young. On standby, we need Ella Petrain, Avery Young, and Brooklyn Warner. The champion Seminole Award is sponsored by Jane Kaiser. If anyone's here from that sponsor that would like to present the award, please go to the announcer's stand now. On deck for breeding any other breeds, summer yearling heifer, Avery Young.
Really nice set of the lineup in the Seminole division. I tell you a little bit of story here. My dad has raised Registered Herbert cattle since back in 1945, and I've always kept a really strong set of Herbert females back home. And my oldest son got out of college. He thought he had to get something different, so he was breeding semis and Angus and Maines, and of course I had to have a Hereford cattle. I always told my kids and everybody else, I always have to have a Hereford in the boundary just so you can teach all the black ones what to do. But and needless to say, my son raised this Seminole heifer. She was pretty good out on pasture, and we had somebody come through from Illinois or from Iowa wanting to look at the calves, and they wanted to buy a heifer, and my son said, what do you think I should do? He was fresh out of college. I said, well, they'd offered me maybe $3,500 for this heifer, and I said, well, John, I said, at your stage of life, I think I take my money and run. So he let them have her, and then in November, she sold in wholesale sale for $60,000, and we let her go for $3,500. But that's the cattle business, I should say. So, needless to say, I have a passion for semis. My cousin, he's very big with the Simmental breed. He's owner of Jacked Up and Jacked Around, and then I went out and I made the mistake of telling my son I wanted a good semi donor cow, and I gave him a blank check. That was a big mistake. But anyway, they went out to Yardley's and bought me a donor cow, a big semi cow out there, and so we do have just a handful of Simmentals, not too many, but you gotta get these exhibitors here around the causes. There's an excellent set of Simmental cattle. If you want to look at something really super good, look at these. I'll go out and name our champion as reserve.
The 2023 champion Central is Madison Young. Now entering the ring, Brooklyn Warner.
For reserve, I'm going to use this big senior yearling as our reserve. I just think she's got so much power and volume, and just easy keeper is going to make a tremendous cow down the road. Let's give these exhibitors again a round of applause.
The 2023 Reserve Champion Central is Madison Young. Now entering the ring for any other breed, Summer Yearling Heifer, Avery Young. Judge, this is your class. The Champion Any Other Breed Award is sponsored by Dale and Lynn Vets. If anyone's here from that sponsor that would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand now.
single entry in this class, really feminine fronted heifer that you really admire. She's very fresh in her approach. It's got some spring and depth of rib, maybe not as much thickness as what some cattle we've had in here, but certainly it's going to make a real productive cow down the road. Let's give this young exhibitor a round of applause.
The 2023 champion any other breed winner is Avery Young. Now entering the ring for B3 Crossbred Senior Yearling Heifer, Colin McFarland. On deck for B3 Crossbred Junior Yearling Heifer, Lindsay Davis, Hadley Gibbons, Colvin Robb, and Kaylee Smith. In the hole for B3 Crossbred Summer Yearling Heifer, in the hole for B3 Crossbred Junior Heifer, Andy Gibbons, Grace Goodhart, Bub Russell, and Brooklyn Warner.
Single entry in this class, a heifer that you really admire, length of side, very extended up through that front end. I think when I saw her walking in, I'd like to maybe have her reach out a little bit more off her rear. I think she's a little bit shorter strided off her rear, but a female that should, as you look at her, the way that she's designed, the way she's made, should really make a nice cow for this young lady going forward. So we'll give this exhibitor a round of applause for her first place winner.
First place, Harlan McFarland. Now entering the ring for B3 Crossbred Junior Yearling Heifer, Lindsay Davis, Hadley Gibbons, Colvin Robb, and Kaylee Smith. On deck for B3 Crossbred Junior Heifer, Andy Gibbons, Grace Goodhart, Bo Russell, and Brooklyn Warner. If you wish to scratch showmanship, this is your last call to do so. Again, if you wish to scratch showmanship, please come to the announcer stand to do so. This is your final call.
This class for me is probably a little more difficult because as they're giving and taking this for me, heifer I'm starting with probably the most fault-free of the cattle, yet at the same token has as much combination of thickness and volume. Would I like to change her some? I'd like to expand her even more, give her a little more volume, and she does, but I think she's the most sound heifer in the class, and also it has enough volume and depth of rib to go along with it. Heifer second, the big stout heifer. I just think there's some problems with her. I think she's a little bit too straight off her rear. I think she's a little too bold up to her front end, and a little bit too round in her muscle structure for me to use her. I mean, from a growth standpoint, she by far excels probably anything in the class, but I just like to change her a little bit structurally. The heifer and hers a problem for me because I think if she just had a little more performance in her today, she'd probably win this class hands down. She just needs a little more of her. She doesn't have near as much volume and capacity as the other animals, and she's a little more toward tubular. But when you sit here and you look at her, she's got femininity, she's got that front end that you really like. But for February, this heifer really should be probably a little bit stouter, a little more expanded than she is. But she's got all the pieces, and when you get her mated right, she probably can produce one well of a calf. Let's give these three exhibitors a round of applause.
First place, Kaylee Smith. Second place, Colvin Robb. And third, Kylie Gibbons. Now entering the ring for beef breeding crossbred junior heifer, Annie Gibbons, Grace Goodhart, Bo Russell, and Brooklyn Warner. On deck for champion crossbred, Carly McFarland, Katie Smith in the first place of this class. And on standby we need Colvin Robb and the second place of this class. The champion crossbreed award is sponsored by Heritage Cooperative in Bethesda. If anyone's here from that sponsor that would like to come up to the announcer stand and present the award, please do so now. Once again, if there are any beef exhibitors that are scratching showmanship, please come to the announcer stand now. Again, if there are any beef exhibitors that are scratching showmanship, please come to the announcer stand now.
judge's perspective, you know, I know that if anybody's been through this whole, I think I actually used the Smoky to win her particular class and earlier. And you know, in that deal, it's a feeder calf show, and you got to look at them and say, are we doing these as market animals, or are we doing them as breeding pieces? And I've asked each one of them what the age of these calves were and what months they were born, and that helps me a little bit. I kind of get an idea of really the growth pattern and of how these calves are going to perform. But the calf I'm starting was the youngest calf in the class. It's in April. I really admire her front end. I think there's a lot of pieces to her that's going to be that are really to be checked in terms of what I kind of wish I could find. I mean, she's got a good foot on her. She's very structurally correct, and yet she's extremely attractive to look at from the end. Now, she's the youngest in here, but we're going to determine whether she'll go on and make the mama cow we hope she makes. I think the same is foretold true for this other heifer in the second hole. If anything, she's older. She's up in February, I believe. So you know, she's got 2 months on this heifer. But I'd like to see this heifer be just a shallow, a tad deeper made, deeper volume. If she had the depth and the curvature of her skeletal rib capacity, I think she could easily win this class. Although at times when I see her, she looks just a touch rounded back through here. I'd like to almost see her square back to the head. That heifer that I got in the third hole, a heifer that from a market standpoint is exceptionally smashed. Got tons of volume, tons of mass, but I'd like to see her smoother fronted, and I'd like to see more growth. I think he said she may be a Jan or a Feb, and I'd just like to see her show me more signs of overall growth and performance to be able to get any place any higher. The young lady's heifer and fourth, they just need a little more muscle mass, more volume, more balance to be placed any higher in this class. Let's give all 4 of these exhibitors a round of applause.
First place, Brooklyn Warner. Second place, Emmy Gibbons. Third, Bo Russell. And fourth, Grace Goodhart. Now entering the ring for champion crossbred, Colin McFarland, Colvin Raw, Carla McFarland, Jamie Smith, and Brooklyn Warner. On standby will be Colvin Raw and Emmy Gibbons. Judge, this is your class. Breeding animal, Ellie Casello, Brooklyn Warner, Emma Welch, Brianne Workman, Madison Young, Avery Young, and the champion crossbred. Again, on deck for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Beef Breeding Animal for Angus, Ellie Casello, Hereford, Brooklyn Warner, Maine Andrew, Emma Welch, Shorthorn, Brianne Workman, Seminole, Madison Young, any other breed, Avery Young, and the champion crossbred.
lineup, championship lineup of crossbred heifers. We got 3 different types of females out here. I've got a young heifer that I think's got a ton of future ahead of her, that you really admire in terms of her overall style and balance and femininity. The girl does an excellent job of getting her shown. I think if heifer in the second place here was one that came out of my class I struggled with, because I think this heifer trying to put together the most full-free pieces of the group that we have here. There's things about her that I like, but I sure would like to power her up and give her a little more performance and volume and depth and strength. The heifer that I have is a yearling here, a really nice, powerful heifer. I fault her a little bit because I think she's way too straight off her rear. She doesn't stride out and reach out. I like to see her. I'd also like to see her a little bit deeper volume at her point right now. But a female that is in the front end is exceptionally good, and it's got some extension up to the front end, but a little bit straight off her rear. I'm going to use this young calf as our champion in this crossbred.
The 2023 champion crossbred is Brooklyn Warner. Now entering the ring, Annie Gibbons. The reserve champion crossbred is Annie Gibbons. Now entering the ring for grand champion beef breeding animal, Ellie Costello, Brooklyn Warner, Emma Welch, Brianne Worthman, Madison Young, Avery Young, and Brooklyn Warner. The Grand Champion Beef Breeding Animal sponsor is sponsored by Swiss Hill Charlotte. If anyone's here that would like to come present the award, please come to the announcer stand now. The Reserve Grand Champion Beef Breeding Animal is sponsored by Mark Brown and Sons. If anyone's here from that sponsor that would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand now. In the hole for senior showmanship, Ellie Costello, Emma Coates, Emma Davis, and Emmy Gibbons. Again, in the hole for senior showmanship, Ellie Costello, Emma Coates, Emma Davis, and Emmy Gibbons.
under the wire on these breeding females and what a group of females we have. Let's give all these exhibitors that brought these heifers out a round of applause. I think for a county fair, they come about as deep as you've ever seen, and they just kept coming at us regardless of what the breed were. I really, there's a couple out here that kind of probably strike me a little harder than others, but some really nice females from top to bottom, and I just had fun coming here and seeing the quality of the cattle that you have in this county. So I'll go out and make my decision and pick the female that I think, top 2 females that I think will work for me.
The 2023 Grand Champion Beef Breeding Animal is Ellie Costello. Now entering the ring, Ellie Costello. Judge, this is your cost. And your reserve Grand Champion Beef Breeding Animal is Madison Young. Now entering the ring for senior showmanship, Ellie Costello, Emma Coates, Emma Davis, and Emmy Gibbons. On deck for senior showmanship, Rylan Leister, Olivia Phillips, and Colin Ross. Again, now entering the ring for senior showmanship, Ellie Costello, Emma Coates, Emma Davis, and Emmy Gibbons. On deck for senior showmanship, Rylan Leister, Olivia Phillips, and Colin Ross. Judge, this is your class.
in this senior division showmanship. I'm going to pick the top two in this heat, and we'll go from there. There's some things that I noticed. I wanted to see how the calves responded, but without you have to use a stick and where you can actually walk them in place. For the most part, most of you folks have done that pretty well. I think there are some things that I would have. I know I pulled one animal up out in here, and I was wanting the next animal to always move up, okay? But there were some that didn't. And then I would also challenge you too, once you get them in line, try to stay in line. I mean, they shouldn't be kind of ahead of one another, or they shouldn't be, you know, across from one another. Once you get them in, they should be perfectly straight in line with the animal in front of you. There's two showmen that I think have probably surfaced to the top for me. I did ask them a question just to give them an idea. I mean, from a standpoint of what the gestation period is on beef cow, usually if I'm going to breed a cow and I want to predict what this calving date is going to be, usually somewhere around 283, 285 days to give or take. So, I mean, there's a couple of them that got it close, but not, I don't think close enough. So, let's put it that way. So, those are just things. I think if you're going to be in this thing, we need to know the business, and it's imperative you know it. So, I'm going to use this gal and this gal to come back, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Now entering the ring for senior main showmanship, Ronald Meister, Olivia Phillips, and Colvin Robb. On deck, we need Ellie Casello, Emmy Gibbons, and the two winners from this class. Judge, this is your class.
senior division. I think we have one showman that kind of comes and surfaces through the top that I'll use, and that'll be this gentleman with a cowboy hat. I think he did an exceptionally good job. I will use the second, the black and white cap here. That cap showman is our second place. Three outstanding showmen. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Now entering the ring for Senior Beach Showmanship, Ellie Casello, Emmy Gibbons, Colin Robb, and Rylan Meister. Judge, will you please come to the announcer's stand? The first place Senior Beach Showman Award is sponsored by the Country Sunshiners 4-H Club. If there's anyone here that would like to present the award, please come to the announcer's stand now. showmanship. Ella Betts, Ava Burkowski, Reese Boston, Abby Rockwaters, Bo Devlin. Again, on deck for intermediate B showmanship. Ella Betts, Ava Burkowski, Reese Boston, Abby Rockwaters, and Bo Devlin.
I told them I'd tell them the answer after I'm done, but all four of them did not get this. And I think it's imperative that if we're going to be in the cattle industry, we know pieces of what's going on in the industry. And, you know, I asked them, I said, name me 2 quality grades of beef. And most of them were naming the sirloin or the rib or something like that. I said, no, I want quality grades. You go to a high-end restaurant, what are they going to serve? They're going to serve, there's prime, there's choice, there's select, there's good, there's cutter, there's canner. Okay? Cutter, canner, probably cows, they make it a stew. Okay? And I said, you know, what's a well-marbled steak? A well-marbled steak typically is either prime on a high-end restaurant somewhere, or they're going to be choice. Like if you go to Roadhouse, they may promote themselves serving all USDA choice cattle. So those are your grades, okay? You got that down? You got it? Okay. Next time somebody asks you that, you got it down. Okay, good. I think all four of these showmen have done an exceptionally good job. I got to select the top 3, but by doing that, I'm going to have them all placed. So bear with me, and I'll get these guys placed in order, okay? I've spent enough time out here. We'll pick our top 2. I think these 2 kind of come to the top, and it comes down to really splitting hairs between what 2 you want to select here. I think both of them do an exceptionally really good job of getting their animals presented in a very nice manner. I think as we sat and looked in the class, there were things when I pulled animals out, I was hoping that everybody would pull forward. Most of you did. There was some that didn't. I think there was times in the classes where maybe the halter on one small calf in here, the halter was down way too far on his nose. I think that's very imperative how you got that halter place and making sure. Most times people are waiting until the last minute and then they put a halter on them and they don't even fit their head. So I think that These two come to the top. I'm going to go with the young men as our chiefs and seniors, and the young ladies as our reserve.
Second place, Senior Beef Showman, Ali Casello, and first place, Senior Beef Showman, Rylan Leister. And third place, Senior Beef Showman, Annie Gibbons. Now entering the ring for intermediate beef showmanship, Ella Betts, Ava Burkowski, Reese Bostic, Abby Rockhorst, and Bo Devlin. On deck for intermediate beef showmanship, Madeline Brooks, Cheyenne Burley, Lindsay Davis, Joel Bentley, and Donna Druze. Judge, this is your clock.
I'm going to bring only one back because we got so many entries coming in future classes. But I'm going to select one showman to come back out of this. I think all of you have done exceptionally well. Some better than others in terms of getting their calves set up quickly, in terms of responsiveness to the animal. I think that the gentleman that I'm going to have come back is the gentleman on the end with the big spear.
Now entering the ring for intermediate view showmanship, Madeline Brooks, Lindsay Davis, Joel Detling, and Gunnar Dusick. On deck for intermediate view showmanship, Hayden Dusick, Drake Duval, Luke Fox, Brady Gallagher, and Carson Johnson. Again, on deck for intermediate view showmanship, Hayden Dusick, Drake Duval, Luke Fox, Brady Gallagher, and Carson Johnson. Correction to the on-deck lineup. On deck for intermediate view showmanship, Hayden Dusick, Luke Fox, Brady Gallagher, and Carson Johnson. Once again, we'd like to remind everyone that their will sell cards need to be picked up at the Junior Fair Board office. Once you pick those cards up, they need to be filled out and turned back into the Junior Fair Board office by the end of the new show tonight. Again, all exhibitors that plan to sell their animals need to pick up their will sell cards from the Junior Fair Board office. Those need to be completed in full and turned back into the Junior Fair Board office by the end of the new show. Once you turn your card in, you'll receive a receipt signed by the Junior Fair Board member. Again, once you fill out your card in full, turn it back into the Junior Fair Board office by the end of the B show. You will then receive a signed receipt by your Junior Fair Board member.
probably a little harder on this particular heat to go out and say, hey, I got an easily clear-cut winner here. I'll sit here and talk about some things as we go into this showmanship. Some things that I see that I like where kids have adjusted, or parents have adjusted the cat's lead strap so it isn't dragging on the ground. There's some that are. I think that it's imperative, especially if you've got a small calf, that you may need to cut some of that leather off on that lead strap just so you're not stepping on it, or the calf doesn't step on it. I really think that when you're pulling somebody out, always move forward, okay, and bring the next calf up. And this in particular heat is just the first time we're going to have come back is this young man in the third hole. We'll have him come back for the intermediate championship. All of you did a good job. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now entering the ring for intermediate beach showmanship, Peyton Duzick, Luke Fox, Brady Gallagher, and Carson Johnson. Again, now entering the ring for intermediate beach showmanship, Peyton Duzick, Luke Fox, Brady Gallagher, and Carson Johnson. On deck for intermediate beach showmanship, Lydia Fox, Mercedes Johnson, Addison Keller, Grace Goodhart, and Tyler Harris. Again, now on deck for intermediate beach showmanship, Lydia Fox, Mercedes Johnson, Addison Keller, Grace Goodhart, and Tyler Harris. Judge, this is your class. The Belmont County Junior Fair Board Penny Wars is back. All proceeds this year will benefit Greg Hunter. The contest will run from Monday, September 4th to Saturday, September 9th. All pennies are positive points. Any other forms of money, including silver coins and green dollars, are negative points. Each barn has a drawer to drop money into at the Junior Fair Board office. Barns can sabotage each other and try to deduct points by dropping any silver coins or dollars into the other jars. The barn with the most positive points on Saturday will win the penny wars. So over in front of the Junior Fair Board office is all of the jars. So if you wish to give some positive points to the beef barn is over there. So put all of your pennies in the beef barn and put any silver coins or green dollars in any other barn that you wish to sabotage. All proceeds go to Greg Hunter.
in this intermediate division heat. I think as far as I'm concerned, that we had one animal that kind of was as much responsive to the showman as any, and that'd be this young lady calf here on the front. We'll have her come back. I think the other calves were needing to be a little more cooperative for you to be able to compete against her. Luckily, she had a calf that decided he was going to work with her. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause and an exceptionally good job for this top.
Now entering the ring for intermediate beef showmanship, Lydia Fox, Mercedes Johnson, Addison Keller, Grace Goodhart, and Tyler Harris. On deck for intermediate beef showmanship, Kylie Gibbons, Mason Keller, Vivian Harris, and Emma Mascott. Again, on deck for intermediate beef showmanship, Kylie Gibbons, Mason Keller, Vivian Harris, and Emma Mascott. Judge, this is your class.
Day goes on, these cattle are getting tired, and I want to try to move this thing along, but I want to also give these children a chance to really have a chance to get the animal set up, and hopefully they'll finally calm down. At the beginning, I thought I had a really easy, clear winner, and then as the class went along, the one that I thought was the easy, clear winner had more and more difficulty, and I but I think I'm still sold on the one that I'm going to use, and in terms of from top to bottom, I think she does probably as good a job as getting that animal set up for me. I'd like to see those rear legs stagger, and I think for times she's probably done as good a job. I'm going to use the lady with the young calf as our division to keep with.
Now entering the ring for intermediate beach showmanship, Kylie Gibbons, Mason Coher, Vivian Harris, and Emma Mascott. On deck for intermediate beach showmanship, Olivia McKeever, Tyler Harris, and Blake Moran. Again, on deck for intermediate beach showmanship, Olivia McKeever, Tyler Harris, and Blake Moran. Tyler Miller and Blake Moran. Correction. On deck for intermediate beach showmanship, Olivia McKeever, Tyler Miller, and Blake Moran. Judge, this is your cause. Once again, we would like to welcome the judge of the 2023 Belmont County Junior Fair Beach Show, John Adams. John resides in Springfield, Ohio, and has 50+ years of experience. John graduated from the Ohio State University and was a member of the USC Livestock Judging Team, where the team won the American World Contest and was a high individual in the national contest in Louisville, Kentucky. He has the second highest score ever recorded in the history of the contest. John operates Adams Family Show Cattle with his wife Jane and his 3 children. Please join us in welcoming Judge John Adams.
This particular division, some things I'd like to point out, at least maybe would help. Like this young lady here did a really good job. I think the calf would be a lot more responsive if you got that nose strap up a little bit higher on the bridge of his nose instead of all the way down. And there's plenty of spots here so you can get that. I think he'd be a lot more responsive to you as you are trying to move him around. In this particular division, I'm going to use this young man here as our heat winner, and he'll come back and compete with the others. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now entering the ring for intermediate team showmanship, Olivia McKeever, Tyler Miller, and Blake Moran. On deck for intermediate team showmanship, Leighton Hines, Luke McKeever, and Alexis Moore. Showmanship, Leighton Hines, Luke McKeever, Alexis Moore, Ireland McGee, Carson Ogilvie, and Hunter Ogilvie. We are combining classes. So again, on deck for intermediate showmanship, Leighton Hines, Luke McKeever, Alexis Moore, Ireland McGee, Carson Ogilvie, and Hunter Ogilvie. In the hold for intermediate showmanship, Hannah Owens, Natalie Sappel, Kira Phillips, Ella Petranton, and Alyssa Shaw. Again, in the hold for intermediate showmanship, Hannah Owens, Natalie Sappel, Kira Phillips, Ella Petranton, and Alyssa Shaw. Blake Moran, you are needed in the show arena. Again, Blake Moran, you are needed in the show arena. Judge, this is your class.
This intermediate heat, I'm going to use the young man. I just think he's a lot quicker to get that animal set up and the side profile for me. So we'll have him come back at the end of the evening.
Now entering the ring for intermediate showmanship, Leighton Hines, Luke McKeever, Alexis Moore, Ireland McGee, Carson Ogilvie, and Hunter Ogilvie. Again, now entering the ring for intermediate showmanship, Leighton Hines, Luke McKeever, Alexis Moore, Ireland McGee, Carson Ogilvie, and Hunter Ogilvie. On deck for intermediate showmanship, Hannah Owens, Natalie Sappel, Kira Phillips, and Ella Petranton. Again, on deck for intermediate showmanship, Hannah Owens, Natalie Sappel, Kira Phillips, and Ella Petranton.
this group, intermediates, the one that I'm going to have come back will be this young lady here at the beginning. I think she's probably the most consistent from the beginning to the end. Did a really good job. Gets this rear leg staggered for me on the side profile. Gets the head up. You're in line. I really appreciate that. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Now entering the ring for intermediate beach showmanship, Hannah Owens, Natalie Sappel, Kira Phillips, and Ella Petrina. On deck for intermediate beach showmanship, Gavin Owens, Reese Ritter, Garrett Seacrest, Wyatt Roberts, and Jason Stupak. Again, on deck for intermediate beach showmanship, Gavin Owens, Reese Ritter, Garrett Seacrest, Wyatt Roberts, and Jason Stupak. Hannah Owens, you're needed in the shoulder ring. Hannah Owens, you're needed in the shoulder ring. The last two classes of intermediate beach showmanship will now be combined due to last minute scratches. Again, the last two classes of intermediate beach showmanship have now been combined due to last minute scratches. So in the hole for intermediate beach showmanship is now Emma Welch, Rylan Weir, Evan Lindland, Brianne Workman, Lydia Welch, and Gage Workman. Again, due to last minute scratches, the last two classes of intermediate beach showmanship have now been combined. So that class will now be Emma Welch, Rylan Weir, Evan Lindland, Brianne Workman, Lydia Welch, and Gage Workman.
Class of intermediate showman. You know, I've got 3 young gals out here competing, and really, I think about the young lady here with the big black heifer earlier in the day. I mean, she's kind of a headstrong female, and you've done an excellent job fighting through her and getting her stuck many a time. I think as the show went on, she became more and more of a handful to work with. The young lady with the smoky cap here, when you got him set in profile, he just happened to step right into set up and they did a really good job. I think that there's many of them that we're having troubles as we go later on the day for them to even want to cooperate with us. Young lady's red cap, very calm, cool, collected. I like to try to find some way to get that cat's head jacked up without him looking, like he's fighting the whole time. But when we come back and for our division, let's have this young lady here and to come back from our meet. She probably was consistent in terms of getting set up real quick. Thank you.
Now entering the ring for intermediate beach showmanship, Gavin Owens, Reese Ritter, Garrett Sechrist, Wyatt Roberts, and Jason Stubek. Again, now entering the ring for intermediate beach showmanship, Gavin Owens, Reese Ritter, Garrett Sechrist, Wyatt Roberts, and Jason Stubek. On deck for intermediate beach showmanship, Emma Welch, Rylan Weir, Evan Winland, Brianne Workman, Lydia Welch, and Gage Workman. Again, on deck with the combined intermediate showmanship class, Emma Welch, Rylan Weir, Evan Winland, Brianne Workman, Lydia Welch, and Gage Workman. Gavin Owens, Garrett Sechrist, and Wyatt Roberts, you are needed in the show arena. Again, Gavin Owens, Garrett Sechrist, and Wyatt Roberts are needed in the show arena. Judge, this is your toss. Once again, due to last-minute scratches, we have combined the last two classes of intermediate beach showmanship. So on deck is Emma Welch, Rylan Weir, Evan Winland, Brianne Workman, Lydia Welch, and Gage Workman. Again, due to last-minute scratches, we have combined the last two classes of intermediate beach showmanship. So on deck is Emma Welch, Rylan Weir, Evan Winland, Brianne Workman, Lydia Welch, and Gage Workman. Once again, we would like to remind everyone that they need to pick up their Will Sell cards from the Junior Fair Board office. Those need to be turned in at the end of the beach show. Again, Will Sell cards need to be picked up, filled out, and turned back in the Junior Fair Board office by the end of the beach show.
I'm going to use the gal with the smoky steer. I think she ended up getting him set up here towards the end really quickly for me. I think when you're in a small class like this, it becomes even more evident. The quicker you can get him in place and get him set up, the better off you'll be, and know where the calf's feet are. So we'll use this young lady to come back today, and they.
Now entering the ring for intermediate deep showmanship, Emma Welch, Rylan Weir, Evan Whitland, Brianne Workman, Lydia Welch, and Gage Workman. Again, now entering the ring for intermediate deep showmanship, Emma Welch, Rylan Weir, Evan Whitland, Brianne Workman, Lydia Welch, and Gage Workman. Evan Whitland, you're needed in the show arena. Evan Whitland, you're needed in the show arena. On deck for overall intermediate deep showman, Reese Bostic, Gunnar Duzick, Peyton Duzick, Lydia Fox, Mason Keller, Tyler Miller, Leighton Hines, Natalie Sappel, Casey Stupak, and the winner of this class.
In this particular heat, all of these showmen in this is probably one of the better classes I've had in the day, because all of you have done an exceptionally good job. I really like the way that the animals are responding to you. I think there's a couple that are really pretty close. In some ways I'd like to be able to pick two, but today I'm only allowed to pick one and to come back. But I'm going to use the gal with the shorthorn heifer as our heat winner today. I think she was most consistent from start to finish. And when you get these younger calves, it becomes, I've shown too many of them, you don't know what's going to happen. Most of the times they don't want to walk, work the arm for you anyway. And I think, I thought it was extremely close between you and the gal back here. And I really like the way you present your animal. The heifer was just fighting me so darn much. And where you get a big yearling heifer that's probably seen the ring more than once or twice, they're a little more responsive. So it's just a matter of being lucky and sometimes, and this young gal has done an exceptionally good job. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Boston, Gunnar Duzick, Peyton Duzick, Lydia Fox, Mason Cover, Tyler Miller, Leighton Hines, Alex Apple, Casey Stupek, and Brianne Parker. The overall first place intermediate beach showman sponsor is Justin Moore Auctioneer. If there's anyone here that would like to present that award, please come to the announcer stand now. Will the judge please come to the announcer stand? Any junior showman that is scratching showmanship needs to come to the announcer stand as soon as possible. Again, any junior beef exhibitor that is scratching showmanship needs to come to the announcer stand as soon as possible. Judge, this is your class. On deck for junior beach showmanship, Hadley Betts, Bailey Brooks, Grant Gardner, Brantley Fox, and Lincoln Fox. Again, on deck for junior beach showmanship, Hadley Betts, Bailey Brooks, Grant Gardner, Brantley Fox, and Lincoln Fox. And once again, for any and all junior beach showmen that are participating in showmanship, if you are scratching your entry into showmanship, you need to come to the announcer stand in the show arena as soon as possible. Again, if there are any junior showmen that are participating in showmanship that wish to scratch their showmanship, you need to come to the announcer stand in the show arena as soon as possible. Once again, on deck for junior beach showmanship, Hadley Betts, Bailey Brooks, Grant Felker, Brantley Fox, Lincoln Fox, and Drake Duval. Again, on deck for junior beach showmanship, Hadley Betts, Bailey Brooks, Grant Felker, Brantley Fox, Lincoln Fox, and Drake Duval. exhibitors that are participating in junior showmanship that wish to scratch their showmanship entry, please come to the announcer stand in the show arena at this time. Again, if there are any beef exhibitors that are entered into the junior beef showmanship portion of the show, please come to the announcer stand now to scratch if you so choose.
It's been a long day, and I want to make sure that as far as parents and grandparents and whatever, I want to make sure that you realize that I'm doing everything I can to make sure that I'm giving your children at least some specific attention. I always take pride in a lot of the shows I judge. I probably spend more time in showmanship than I do actually in the live animal placing, but today this thing has gotten I'm amazed at the turnout you've got and the number of children you have. What a future you have in this county. So what I'm going to do, I got to pick the top 3. Okay, that's going to be easy for me. I can get that done. But I'm going to just leave them here, and I'm going to talk about the ones that I think are in contention. I've got about 5 that I think are somewhat in contention. One of them's a young man here, just kind of cool, calm, collected. He's got this cap set up. At times I wonder if you're still breathing, aren't you? Okay, but at times you almost look like you're a statue. But and there's no emotion to your face, but I did get you to smile, right? Okay, but you've done an exceptionally good job of getting that animal set up, getting the rear leg staggered, and I think you're one of the top 5 or so out here. I really appreciate that. The young lady out here, I think she's done a really good job. She's had a real good presence. She's very aware of what she needs to do in terms of trying to get him set up and shown. And I like the way that she gets that calf's head up. Most of the time, she's got him set up, okay? I'd like to almost see her maybe stand a little bit away from him just so you're not cutting him off, just kind of stand back a little bit, in the front of him, so I'm just looking at that calf. Another one that goes to the top of this young lady here, I think she does an exceptionally good job. If anything, I would criticize her here at the end because I think that calf, I'll use no better terms, I'd say he's almost a little whopper jaw. He's coming in, I'd like to see him almost straighter in line. Okay, and I know we're in tough confines, but if anything, ideally, I'd like to just see him straighter in line. But you've been here I've watched you all day, and you've done an exceptionally good job. Those are 3. I've got a young man out here in the big black steer that's come prepared every animal he's brought me and given me 100%, and he's done an excellent job. He's very informative, knows his questions I asked him, and I got to commend him. And then I got a young lady here that also is one of the top ones. I think has done an exceptionally good job. I like the way she gets the animal set up, legs staggered, and head up. She stands away. he and she kind of back away from those animals, get away from their heads so you're not cutting them off, and you're doing, both of you are doing exceptionally good job. So when I go out and I pick my top 3, I'm going to use this young lady here for 3rd overall. Then it becomes really very, very difficult because I think these two are very, very close. We've got a young lady with a shorthorn heifer that's done an exceptionally good job all day long, as well as this young man here with his animals. And some of the times when we're doing showmanship, sometimes it's a separate show, like a separate judge, different judge, and sometimes it's at the beginning, not at the end. And for me, like I said, I want to make sure I'm doing you justice. Most showmanship shows, I probably spend more time in showmanship than I do placing live animals, you know, and I haven't had that opportunity here today. And, you know, if you feel like I've slighted some of your kids because I'm trying to get it moved, I'm sorry. I just really wish I had more time to sort these kids out, because sometimes the longer you stay in the class and sort them out, the more they finally separate themselves because they make mistakes. But I'm going to use the young gal for reserve and our gentleman for the championship.
Third place intermediate beef showman, Peyton Music. Second place intermediate beef showman, Brian Workman. And first place intermediate beef showman, Reese Boston. Now entering the ring for junior beef showmanship, Hadley Betts, Bailey Brooks, Grant Feldner, Brantley Fox, Lincoln Fox, and Drake Ball. On deck for junior beef showmanship, Landon Feldner, Dylan Gallagher, Paige Kemp, Mason Kenny, and Maya Kubat. Again, on deck for junior beef showmanship, Landon Feldner, Dylan Gallagher, Paige Kemp, Mason Kenny, and Maya Kubat. Brantley Fox, you're leader in the show arena. Again, Brantley Fox, you are leader in the show arena. Judge, this is your class.
in this junior division. Some really good showmen here. Some of them are first-year members, and for first years, you guys have done an exceptionally good job. There's one out here I think probably done a little better in terms of getting the cat set up quickly and more responsibly, and that'd be our gentleman down here on the end, and he'll be the one that comes back for our meeting.
Now entering the ring for Junior B Showmanship, Landon Felkner, Dylan Gallagher, Paige Kemp, Mason Kinney, and Ryan Kubat. On deck for Junior B Showmanship, Dana Barati, Chloe Grant, Jude Grimes, Chase Fergatis, and Scout Hines. Again, on deck for Junior B Showmanship, Dana Barati, Chloe Grant, Jude Grimes, Chase Fergatis, and Scout Hines.
This lineup here with the intermediate, I think there's one that I think they kind of comes apart and comes to the top, and it'll be this young lady with this black and white cap. I really like the way she gets them set up, and head up, and done an exceptionally good job. All these members have done well. Some of them are first-year members again. Let's just give these kids a round of applause. Real good job.
Now entering the ring for Junior B Showmanship, Jenna Liberati, Chloe Grant, Jude Grimes, Chase Fergatis, and Scout Hines. On deck for Junior B Showmanship, Hannah Greatis, Jay Staple, Rocky Ramsey, Walker Bitter, and Avery Young. Again, on deck for Junior B Showmanship, Hannah Gervais, Jay Sappel, Rocky Ramsey, Walker Ritter, and Avery Young. Judge, this is your class.
In this heat of junior showmanship, we've got some really good showmen from top to bottom here. I think there's one that kind of comes to the top, and that'll be the young man with a cowboy hat. I really think he's probably as quick and responsive, and the student responds to him probably about as quick as any of them out here. So let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause for this gentleman, the winner.
Now entering the ring for Junior B Showmanship, Hannah Gervais, Jay Sample, Walker Ritter, and Avery Young. On deck for Junior B Showmanship, Bo Russell, Dally Sparks, Madison Strainer, Avery Turner, and Mackenzie Young. your class. We are continuing one of the Junior Fair Board's fundraisers into the week of the fair. There are Andy's candy bars for sale in the Junior Fair office, all $2. Options include chocolate-covered Oreos, chocolate-covered pretzels, and peanut butter nutty bars. All proceeds will benefit the Belmont County Junior Fair Board. Once again, we are continuing a Belmont County Junior Fair Board fundraiser into Fair Week, and that is Andy's candy bars, including chocolate-covered Oreos, chocolate-covered pretzels, and peanut butter nutty bars. And those are $2 a piece for purchase in the Junior Fair office.
Excellent group of showmen in this division as well on this heat. I'm going to utilize the young ladies that's got the big butterscotch steer or smoky steer to be our heat winner today. I think it's real close between the first one and her. I think you were a little quicker in getting him set up, getting his legs staggered. I really like the way he's getting set and presented to me. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Now entering the ring for Junior Beach Showmanship, Bo Russell, Dally Sparks, Madison Stringer, Avery Turner, and Kenzie Young. On deck for Junior Beach Showmanship, Ryder Travis, Brooklyn Warner, Anthony Welch, Cooper Workman, and Madison Young. Again, on deck for Junior Beach Showmanship, Ryder Travis, Brooklyn Warner, Anthony Welch, Cooper Workman, and Madison Young. Once we get through these last couple classes in Junior Beach Showmanship, we will move into the Master Showman competition, and we have a rule clarification for the Master Showman contest. Once again, as we are finishing these last couple classes in Junior Beach Showmanship, we have a rule clarification for the Master Showman competition. The first place winners from junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship classes of the current year will compete for the Master Showman. The winner of the Master Showmanship classes will be the top showman of the species. Once the Master Showman is selected, the showman who places second to that showman will enter the ring. This process will continue until the top 5 showmen of the species have been selected. Only showmen who have placed first, second, or third within their respective age divisions from junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship categories will be eligible to participate in the top 5 showman selection. This is the order of showmen that will be used to determine eligibility for the Showman of Showmen contest. Once again, as we are finishing these last couple classes of Junior B showmanship, as we approach the Master Showman competition, there is a rule clarification. The first place winners from Junior, Intermediate, and Senior Showmanship classes of the current year will compete for the Master Showman. The winner of the Master Showmanship classes will be the top showman of the species. Once the Master Showman is selected, the showman who placed second to that showman will enter the ring. This process will continue until the top 5 showmen of the species have been selected. Only showmen who have placed first, second, or third within their respective age divisions from Junior, Intermediate, and Senior Showmanship categories will be eligible to participate in the top 5 showman category. This is the order of showmen that will be used to determine eligibility for the Showman of Showmen contest.
Really nice heat here for these individual showmen. I think there's 2 that really kind of stand out. The 2 gals here. I talked to the one girl. I said, you know, I don't know how many times I tell kids when they're going in the show ring, if a steer's acting up or not wanting to move in front of them, and you're coming in the entrance way, the quicker, just go around and go and get in place the way you need to be. The quicker you get yours set up and head up, the better off you are, and she did that, and I complimented her. So many times people just sit there and wait when they're coming into the ring, but you know you got to get them in line and soon get them to the point and get them set up. So I think she did exceptionally good job doing that, and I commend her for it. I think this young gal does a really, really good job as well in terms of getting her animal set up and showing them off. But I'm gonna use this young lady right here to win our team.
Now entering the ring for Junior B showmanship, Ryder Travis, Brooklyn Warner, Anthony Welch, Cooper Workman, and Madison Young. Again, now entering the ring for Junior B showmanship, Ryder Travis, Brooklyn Warner, Anthony Welch, Cooper Workman, and Madison Young. On deck for overall junior showman, Drake Duval, Maya Kubat, Jenna Liberati, Avery Young, Madison Springer, and the first place in this class. Again, on deck for overall junior showman, Maya Kubat, Jenna Liberati, Drake Duval, Avery Young, Madison Springer, and the top from this class. The first place Junior B Showman Award is sponsored by Triple C Farms, Belmont, Ohio. If there's anyone here that would like to present that award, please come to the announcers table. Judge, this is your class.
kind of separate some of these cattle as we go along because there's some that the cattle are just so much more responsive to the individual showman. The young boy's done an exceptionally good job. Probably doesn't, you know, the calf was fighting, trying to walk here. Coming in did really well, and then as we walked him, his struggle trying to keep it going. The gal with a Hereford heifer was trying to keep that calf moving and probably causing you more problems than it was than anything, just trying to keep the calf in front of you moving. Young gal with a Hereford or with a Shorthorn, very calm, cool, collected. Probably got caught in the rail up here when we asked to try to move him, was going kind of a different direction. Young boy here, very calm and collected. Does a real good job of getting that calf set up. The gal on the end right here, all day today, she's done an exceptionally good job of getting her animals presented to me. And she's going to be the one that wins this heat today. I think that she's done an exceptionally good job in terms of, I really admire how you do a walk into a stance and not really have to mess with the feet. You just kind of ease them into it, and I think you do an exceptionally good job of doing that. You'll be our heat winner today. Let's give the children a round of applause.
Now entering the ring for overall junior heat showman, Drake Duval, Maya Kubat, Jenna Liberati, Avery Young, Madison Springer, and Madison Young. Again, now entering the ring for overall junior showman, Maya Kubat, Drake Duval, Jenna Liberati, Avery Young, Madison Springer, and Madison Young. The first place Junior Heat Showman Award is sponsored by Triple C Farm from Belmont, Ohio. If there's anyone here that would like to present that award, please come to the announcer stand now. Judge, this is your class. On deck for the Master Showman contest, Rylan Leister with Ellie Casello and Andy Gibbons on standby. Reese Bostic with Brianne Workman and Peyton Music on standby, and then the top three junior showmen. Once again, on deck for the Master Showman contest, Rylan Leister with Ellie Casello and Andy Gibbons on standby, and Reese Bostic with Brianne Workman and Peyton Music on standby. We also will take the top three junior showmen from this class. Once again, we would like to thank the sponsor for the 2023 Belmont County Junior Fair Beef Show, Belmont Mills.
compliment the county, and whatever you're doing must be working, because there's a lot of counties that don't have near this kind of participation, and you folks have certainly gotten that accomplished here. I think all of these, I've got to pick three. I'll go out and pick them 3, 2, and 1, and I think all of them are well deserving of being out here in this final drive. They've done a good job of presenting their animals, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Your third place junior lead showman, Madison Young. Second place junior lead showman, Maya Kubat. And first place junior lead showman, Jenna Liberati. Now entering the ring for Master Showman, Rylan Meister, Reese Bostic, and Jenna Liberati. We also need Annie Gibbons, Ellie Costello, Brianne Workman, Peyton Dudzik, Madison Young, and Maya Kubat on standby outside the show arena. Once again, now entering the ring for Master Showman, Rylan Meister, Reese Bostic, and Jenna Liberati. We need Ellie Costello, Eddie Gibbons, Peyton Dudzik, Brianne Workman, Madison Young, and Maya Kubat on standby outside the show arena. Once again, for clarification on the rule for the Master Showman contest, the first place winners from junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship classes of the current year will compete for Master Showman. The winner of the Master Showmanship classes will be the top showman of the species. Once the Master Showman is selected, the showman who placed second to that showman will enter the ring. This process will continue until the top 5 showmen of the species have been selected. Only showmen who have placed first, second, or third within their respective age divisions from junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship categories will be eligible to participate in the top 5 showman selection. This is the order of showmen that will be used to determine the eligibility for the Showman of Showmen contest. Master Beef Showmanship Award is sponsored by JMO Meats. If there's anyone here that would like to present that award, please come to the announcer stand now.
Give these showmen a round of applause. Excellent showmen. You know, I had 3 children. The first 2 were boys, and it just seemed when they were showing, there was always this really cute little girl in there that always would beat her tails in showmanship contests, and yet I'm out here with 3 gentlemen. And I picked up toward the top, and all of you deserve to be here. You really have done an exceptionally good job. And I just think for me that I'm going to use the gentleman down here on the end. He's been the most consistent all day long, and he's done a tremendous job of getting that animal presented and positioned. And when I swapped, I thought you did a really good job of getting that other animal presented, and he'll be our supreme showman today. Give this visitor a round of applause for bringing the second place to whoever.
Now entering the ring, Ellie Casello.
Reserve showman this evening. I'm going to utilize this gal. She's been consistent all day long. I really appreciate how good a job you've done presenting your animals for me the entire day, and you're much deserving. When I taught those classes, I thought it was exceptionally close in many ways, and I think you've done an exceptionally good job. Let's give this Zipper a round of applause.
Now entering the ring, Gibbons. Would Amber Cawthorn or Greg Belmont please report to the announcer standing in the show arena ASAP? Again, would Amber Cawthorn or Greg Belmont please report to the announcer standing in the show arena immediately? Thank you. Emmy Gibbons, you're needed in the show arena. Emmy Gibbons, you're needed in the show arena.
Our third place gentleman will be this animal here, and this showman. I can't say enough. You've been incredibly consistent all day long, pretty well presenting your animal. I really give you a lot of credit. Excellent showman. Let's give that exhibitor a round of applause. He's done a really good job for you.
Now entering the ring for Ian Workman.
Our next exhibitor I'll use will be the Shorthorn lady showing her. She's one that I've always admired how she's gotten this animal set up, and the rear legs staggered and well presented on the side profile. Excellent job. Congratulations.
Now entering the ring, Peyton Duzick.
I'm going to use this young lady here for the next one. I think, again, this is one that when she brings that animal in, she has complete control and knows what needs to be done. I really think a lot in terms of her ability to have normal show ring presence and be able to get this animal presented at a high degree. Very excellent job. Let's give her a round of applause.
Now entering the ring for overall champion junior beef animal. Rylan Meister, Gally Schwartz, Paige Kemp, and Ellie Casello. Again, now entering the ring for overall champion junior beef animal. Rylan Meister, Gally Schwartz, Paige Kemp, and Ellie Casello. The overall champion junior beef animal award is sponsored in memory of Henry and Lee White. If there's anyone here that would like to present that award, please come to the announcer stand now. Judge, this is your cost.
those kids get to the war track soon. So I really appreciate everybody in terms of getting these calves in the ring, all the help. I commend the Junior Fair Board. I do an excellent job of leadership and organizing this event. What county fairs I've judged. I've already commented to a couple of those young men over there, and there is a lady too, like I can say that, but how good a job that they have done as far as Junior Fair Board members and orchestrating this lineup. I look at these animals, I'm very proud of what you have in this county and what you brought to them, and I'm going to just go ahead and make my selection. I think there's one animal out here to me that kind of comes to the surface as the top relatively easily, not taken away anything from anybody else, because this is really kind of a tough thing to do. You got feeder calves, you got breeding females, what have you, shown against each other. But I'll go out and pick our champion supreme animal in the beef department, and we'll call our day. I appreciate everybody's attendance. Thank you.
The 2023 overall champion junior fair beef animal is Rylan Meister. We would like to thank everyone for coming out to the 2023 Belmont County Junior Fair Beef Show, sponsored by Belmont Mills. Have a great rest of your evening and have a great rest of the week at the fair. Once again, we would like to thank Judge John Adams for coming out and judging this afternoon. And this is your final call to get your sale cards picked up, filled out, and turned back into the Junior Fair Board office. They need to be picked up, filled out, and turned back in the Junior Fair Board office as soon as possible. Once again, if you have any outstanding sale cards that need to be picked up, the will sale cards are available to be picked up, turned in, and filled out in the Junior Fair Board office, and those need to be filled out in full and turned back into the Junior Fair Board office immediately. Attention in the barn area, any and all available Junior Fair Board members, would you please report to the livestock sale and show arena to clean up the sawdust. Again, any and all available Belmont County Junior Fair Board members, would you please report to the show arena to clean up the show arena. Also, this is your final and last call to pick up your sale cards and your will sell cards and turn them back into the Junior Fair Board office ASAP. Once again, if you have any outstanding will sell cards, those need to be turned back into the Junior Fair Board office as soon as possible. Once again, any and all available Belmont County Junior Fair Board members, you are needed in the livestock show arena to clean up and set up for the sale tomorrow. Again, any and all available Belmont County Junior Fair Board members, please come to the show arena to clean up and set up for the livestock sale.